prize wheel spin. Thank you to Eve for putting that together. That would be awesome. So if you're interested in subscribing, you can do so here. You can do so over at FactsStillMatter.site. Also, either location, you get access, discounts on our merch items. And there's a lot of really cool stuff in there, especially if you're planning on attending Pride rallies and or No Kings rallies, which are this weekend. Speaking of that, in the link tree that is in my bio, you'll find information about the No Kings rallies that are happening this weekend. I've got some interesting reporting from Lev Parnas that I will read for you in a little bit as we kind of get into this morning. Don't forget about joining our Discord. And if you'd like to support the channel, aside from the things that I just mentioned, you can do so with my pay apps that are above my head. Appreciate y'all. Any punch news? I'm glad you asked, Toodle. So as a reminder, you guys were kind enough to help support my daughter last week as her band is in this competition. We find out, I think, on Saturday, the winner of that contest will open this concert in Vermont this summer. So we don't know yet. But again, thank you very much. Another reminder, if you do subscribe here, there's some access to some new emotes that we have in the toolbox, so to speak. Again, thank you for being here. So just a couple things real quick before we kind of get into our topic today. We spent a lot of time talking about healthcare yesterday. And I appreciate that. You know, there's some things that certainly got emotional for me, which I think it should, because we're talking about, people's lives. Today, we're going to talk about education. And there's so many things that I want to get to, still not sleeping. So I still have plenty of time in my hands to kind of do some research. I actually leaned on ChatGPT last night. It was an interesting experience. Like I've not used it very much, but I don't mind once in a while when you're trying to summarize a bunch of stuff. It's kind of good for that. I want to play some sound first. Actually, let me just give you the dailies. So the inflation rate, as we know, there's our daily. Okay. Oh, gosh. I don't know why that happens, but that's why we need y'all. Help us stay up. Help us stay relevant. Please help us stay on the FYP. Any gifts you have in your toolbox, please consider doing those. Would really, really appreciate that. Okay, so you know the drill. Just tap like crazy, heart me's, help us subscribe. Thank you, Fish. Appreciate you very much. The inflation rate ticked up. It's at 2.35%, up 0.1% from April. I share that with you because the continued lies that are spinning from the mouth of the administration tells you that the inflation is ended. It's over. There's no more inflation. We know that's not true. Ignorance is convenient, but it's no excuse. This relates to everything. Gas prices, again, we track this from the Department of Labor, the inflation rate, and then gas prices are also February. The end of January, gas prices were $3.19 nationally. They are now $3.27 nationally. And as we know, the summer driving season, gas prices tend to go up. So those are the facts. You don't have to. It's not my opinion. It's just what the data tells you. But you guys can believe what you want to believe. You being not the smartest chat on TikTok, but everybody else. Everybody keep tapping. Let's get at the FYP because there's a lot of things I want to get into today that are really, really important. So I'm going to play some sound for you. I'm never going to advocate. For those of you who don't know Stephen A. Smith made his name, made his fortune, and his notoriety in sports journalism. Right? Was a journalist, became a prominent TV personality. He's been on ESPN and other networks for a very long time. He has started to kind of lean into the political arena a little bit. I am not, I don't generally like to promote someone who is a phony, in my opinion. But I think this conversation that he had with Jon Stewart is extremely relevant to what we talked about yesterday, what we talk about every day, and why we need to have a more progressive view on our country. So I'll play this sound for you, and then I've got some. We'll talk about the impact on the other side because it relates to something that just happened over the last couple of days in regards to the Democratic National Committee. Everybody, again, please keep tapping and sharing. Help us get the FYP, friends. I really, really appreciate that. Okay, this is Stephen A. Smith in the conversation he just recently had with Jon Stewart regarding the 2024 election and his view of the Democratic Party. It's interesting.
Interest at heart. I always vote. I usually vote Democrat. The only Republican I've ever voted for was Chris Christie, the former governor of New Jersey. Outside of that, I've always voted Democrat. But there's a lot of things that I think can be done differently. I thought the left blew this election more so than him winning it.
Really?
Oh yeah, the left definitely blew it. I thought that the progressive left, the extreme left, really ruined the election.
Okay, that point, that part right there. He thinks the extreme left blew it for the party. Okay. That's the theme that I want to talk about when we're done here.
Election for the Democrats, and that's how I view it. It's the truth.
It's easy to paint the extreme and to create a hyperbolic vision of the left as this woke army. I think it's exaggerated.
Even though you're pointing that out, when you're running for an election, it's about what's going to win. And they knew that was a strategy that was going to be a winning strategy for them.
But then how is it the left's fault if it's not real?
Because you got to know what works and what doesn't, and fight fire with fire. You got to know how to win it, how to win.
They called him Hitler.
Did that work?
No.
Did that work? Exactly. A matter of fact, a lot of people dismissed that argument because they accused the left of engaging in the extreme because you didn't want to compete against them. Think about this. The man rolled down the escalators in 2015. Okay, he's dominated the GOP and the Republican Party since that moment in time.
No question.
Who the hell has done that for the left? It was Hillary's turn in 2016, even though Bernie was gaining traction. In 2020, Representative Clyburn had to come to the rescue in South Carolina in order for Joe Biden to even be relevant. And then obviously with COVID and everything that had transpired and how Trump handled that particular situation, it favored the Democrats. Then you get into office. Biden promised to be a transitional president, a one-term president. I'm just here to be as a stopgap to make sure that we can return to normalcy. And then the second he got in and there was no red wave in 2022, he said, hell with that, I ain't leaving. And then what happened?
Once you touch the ring, though. Once you touch the ring.
There you go.
That's fair feedback.
It's an addiction, right? And then sure enough, when the red wave didn't happen and the Democrats won more than anybody expected them to in 2022, they let them get away with it. And think about it. You call yourself the left, you call yourself a progressive party, and you are standing up at the State of the Union, clapping, and chanting 4 more years for a man that was going to be 82. Once the inauguration day took place, with 4 more years. And then America looked at you and said, have you lost your ever-loving mind?
That's 2 separate things.
Yes,
one is they allowed what people would consider to be a centrist, old guard Democrat to run again for president. And then you say the progressive left wing is the one that didn't. They didn't choose Joe Biden. They don't have the power in that party. Chuck Schumer is out there, writing 8 strongly worded questions to Donald Trump about getting. The progressives are the one going, people in this country want Medicare for all. Do something. They're the ones that have a principled agenda that they are going to put forth that all the Democrats have run from under the guise of we have to be moderate and we have to be centrist. But that doesn't appeal to changing the culture and dynamic of how this government should work by the people, for the people, of the people.
That's a great argument, and I don't disagree. What I'm saying to you is that
we're done here.
Right? I mean, John Stewart is absolutely right. I mean, and Stephen A. Smith is speaking like a conservative, and we know the conservatives are the problem. His attempt to demonize people who want fucking universal health care and overspending for public education and getting rid of Citizens United, the extreme radicals who want to provide responsible firearm reform and legislation, the extreme radicals, right? Let me start this flash goal here. It's I need 40 individual goats. Meh. Okay, but I play that for you because we talk about this in this space all the time, about how the people who truly want progress in this country, progressives, anybody who believes in the things that we just discussed, right? Overfunding public education, universal health care. We went through the breakdown yesterday of what other countries have, and I got so much feedback from people. My DMs blow up every day, but they blew up yesterday because people were just like, why the fuck can't we have those things? And I'm like, right? Similarly, why can't we have the best public education system in the world? So that conversation, I think, speaks to everything that we talk about every single day. And I think it's particularly relevant now because I don't know if you know the name David Hogg. David Hogg, a Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Parkland survivor who's made a name for himself, who's gone out there and is doing the work, who is a progressive, who wants the things that we just discussed, who ran for the vice chairmanship of the Democratic National Committee last year, won the election. David Hogg to exit DNC after backlash to his primary plan. This is reporting from the New York Times. Mr. Hogg said he would not run again for vice chair after the party voted for a new election. Democrats have been furious at his plan to challenge the party's sitting lawmakers in primary races. David Hogg, young vice chairman of the DNC, who divided the party over his plans to intervene in primary races against sitting Democratic lawmakers, said he would step aside from his prominent post after the party voted to force him to run again on Wednesday. Mr. Hogg became a lightning rod for criticism within the party after he told the New York Times 2 months ago that he planned to spend millions of dollars on primaries through a separate group, Leaders We Deserve, that he leads. He said he was raising as much as $20 million to help bring generational change to the Democratic Party. On Wednesday, the DNC announced that its members had voted to force new elections for the vice chair post held by Mr. Hogg and then another vice chair, Malcolm Kenyatta. In a letter provided to the Times, Mr. Hogg outlined his reasoning for quitting party leadership rather than running again for vice chair. Quote, I came into this role to play a positive role in creating the change our party needs. It is clear that there is a fundamental disagreement about the role of a vice chair, and it's okay to have disagreements. What isn't okay is allowing this to remain our focus when there is so much more we need to be focused on. Ultimately, I have decided to not run in this upcoming election so the party can focus on what they say really matters. Mr. Hogg's tenure as a party official was brief but filled with drama. It included a move by the party chairman, Ken Martin, to stop Mr. Hogg from engaging in primaries. Mr. Hogg's being caught in a Project Veritas operation talking about party leaders, public backbiting, and the leak of audio from an internal meeting of party officers. Multiple officials have blamed Mr. Hogg for the leak. After Politico published the audio, Mr. Hogg posted screenshots of texts they ignored from the reporter who had written the article. I feel pretty violated, as does everybody else on the call. Mr. Kenyatta said in an interview of the tape's origin, I don't think we need to hire Matlock to figure out who and why. Okay, so we've got conservative messaging. Again, remember I tell you conservatives are the problem. Let's erase your party affiliation. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a Republican. I don't care if you're an independent. If you're a fucking conservative, you are the problem. And the Democratic Party, status Democratic Party, DNC in particular, moderates, strongly worded letter writing Chuck Schumer, you're the fucking problem. You see somebody like David Hogg, you get hope. I was excited about that because I think, okay, maybe we finally have someone who's in a position to say, okay, let's talk about what the majority of the country wants. The majority of the country wants universal health care. The majority of the country wants public education reform in a positive way to support teachers. The majority of the country wants responsible gun legislation. The majority of the country wants the rich to pay more. Friends, that's not fucking radical. What's radical is taking food out of the mouths of kids. What's radical is kicking seniors and 41 million, or whatever the number is, 15 million Americans off of their health care. What's radical is allowing more children to die in school shootings. That's what's radical. So I saw this last night and I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? Here we go again. Listen, I'm a progressive. I'm an independent. I'm registered as a progressive in my state. I vote Democrat. I mean, I have that advantage in my state. I vote Democrat because, like I've always talked about, it's like public transportation. It gets me close to where I want to go. And I still think that's true because if you have to choose, like, for example, if there's a moderate Democrat that's on the ticket in 2028, they will get my vote. They will get my vote because I know what's at stake. I'm not going to write it in. But this is the issue now, right? This is the issue. And they're literally talking about the same things that the right talks about, saying, oh, the radical lefts, the left wing. And then you've got centrists, as Mr. Smith called himself, saying the exact same thing. Fuck them. This is bullshit. And here we are again. The feckless, spineless cowards in Democratic Party leadership who will not do a damn thing other than make sure they've got their hand out for their corporate donors too. It's a joke. You've got a 25-year-old, smart, educated, motivated, crowdsourced, he's popular within the base, and here we are. All he wanted to do was say, I'm going to put you on blast. I'm going to put you status quo Democrats on blast. I'm going to support. I know. Exactly, Beck. I'm going to put you on blast. I'm going to remind you that you don't get comfortable in your seat. If you are not supporting things that the majority of the country wants, then I am going to remind you of that. We need 16 more goat symbols, friends, if you wouldn't mind doing that. It's crazy to me that happened. It's crazy, but I'm not surprised. But this is what happens. This is why when we are looking at, when we're having conversations, if you go to your town hall or you contact your elected officials, especially those who represent your beliefs for the most part, Democrats, independents, whatever they may be, my expectation of you is that you're not settling. When you're having conversations about things that matter to you, whether it be education or healthcare or firearm violence, remind them that the overwhelming majority, thank you guys, the overwhelming majority of people support universal health care, Medicare for all, responsible firearm legislation, overturning Citizens United, changing tax policy to benefit the middle class and the working poor, protecting civil rights and liberties, expanding women's rights to reproductive health care, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. None of those things are radical. None of them. Absolutely none of those things are radical. And for the DNC, the feckless cowards that they are, to say, oh, we don't want our stalwarts to get primaried. Now, there are some really talented members of the Democratic Party. I look at the bench compared to what we have on the other side. There's no doubt that they are there to serve public interest. I get it. But I'm so tired of the same old script. The one thing that Stephen A. Smith said that you could probably agree with, well, two things that, Joe Biden did say he was going to be a transformative president, that he was going to run for one term. I think that obviously strategically, it's easy to look back on that now. Strategically, that was a mistake. He should have immediately said that I'm not going to do that, right? Then you give whomever it might be, whether it be Kamala or somebody else, a 4-year lead up, right? I think that's legit. And I also, with that being said, I think you could also argue that that was part of the reason why the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing, fraudster, convicted felon won. A rudderless ship. One thing you can say about the Republican Party is they know exactly who their leader is. It's a cult leader, but it's still their leader. Who's the leader on the Democratic side? I'll be curious, folks. Tell me, I want you guys to type in the chat who you think the leader of the Democratic Party is. I just want to say, I'm just curious. I just popped into my head. Type in the chat. Tell me who you think the leader of the Democratic Party is. Nobody, no one, nobody. I don't know. Bernie, no one, nobody, no one person, question marks. We don't have one. Jeffries, AOC, maybe. Nobody, AOC, Obama, right? You get my point? AOC could be, maybe. Now that there are some rumblings. We've talked about this before. Bueller, exactly. Gavin, I think Gavin's trying to be. I think this is a really good moment for him. I think he's trying to be, right? Right? So there's rumors and rumblings because in two separate situations, governor and senator, Pete Buttigieg has stepped aside and has not thrown his name into the ring for either one of those things. So I think he is positioning himself to be a candidate for 2025, for 2028. And I talked about this before, right? I don't know. I don't trust conservative Democrats. I just don't. I just don't. I don't trust conservative Democrats to be able to not only fundraise and register to vote, but show up and vote for a gay man. I just don't. I think there'll be fracturing in the party. I think the people will be looking for reasons not to vote for him. But think about Pete, right? The guy's a vet. He goes into right-wing spaces. He's a father. He's fucking super smart. I wouldn't say he's bubbling with charisma, but he's got this way of speaking to people that is simultaneously brilliant and very folksy. Midwestern roots, right? Mayor. You know, he's certainly thrown down. You're right, Toodle. An incredible communicator. The best communicator. I would put him up there with Obama, to be honest. And in some ways, I would give either one of them a nod, depending on the circumstance. Like, I don't know Pete's foreign policy chops. We've heard a little bit about, but he's super smart and he can navigate that kind of shit. But do you guys trust the status quo Democrats? Right? So if it comes down to Gavin Newsom and Pete Buttigieg, who do you think the DNC is going to support? You guys know who they're going to support. They're going to throw their hat towards Newsom, and you know that. That's why it's on us, right? That's why it's on us to continue to remind people that these little bites of the apple are not enough. Our bicameral system, right, requires compromise. I get it. I understand the founding fathers built it that way. I totally get that. I understand that the most effective legislation that's ever been passed in our country's history is bipartisan. And I get that. And that should be a goal. Sadly, it was one of Joe Biden's faults. I think he spent too much time thinking about the traditional old school roles of the Senate. How about you have to have that cooperation? I get that. But let's be real. We're not going to get universal health care with conservatives. We're not going to get public education reform. We're not going to get public education reform with conservatives. We're not going to get responsible firearm legislation with conservatives. So how the fuck then do we expect to get a gay man who most people would say is probably boring elected president? Think about it. Do you think a conservative, because there are racist bigots within the Democratic Party as well. There are transphobes, homophobes that vote Democrat as well. How do you think they're going to feel during the DNC when he is there accepting the nomination potentially, and he's up there with his husband Chasten, and he gives him a congratulatory kiss? People are going to get all cringy. Wake the fuck up. What the hell is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with the Democrat? Quite frankly, this is the thing. So I think of this in terms of strategy. I mean, you guys know how my brain works, right? I think about the strategic play, and I look at the competition, right? There is absolutely no reason why Democrats should not be mopping the floor with Republicans, primarily because what the Republicans do not do for America. Democrats, moderates, conservative Democrats are their own worst enemy because they choose not to listen to the bulk of their voters. There are progressives standing here saying, somebody, please step up and tell me that you are going to advocate for universal health care and you're going to do it every fucking day and you'll get my vote. We don't need MAGA to win elections. We don't need rural voters to win elections. It would be great to get some, but we don't need them. We don't need that. What we need is for them to understand, like we talked about yesterday, we care more about your future than you do. And because of that, we're going to show you by voting for universal health care. We care more about your children's education, and we're going to show you because we believe in overfunding public education. We care more about your family's economic future, and we're going to show you by introducing tax policy that goes after the rich, tax shelters, capital gains, etc. Public funding for school lunches. We're going to make sure that you can live out your final years with dignity and grace, with Social Security that's guaranteed, that's Medicare, Medicaid, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's like, I'm just too logical. That's the problem. You're right, exactly, Screw. They need to run on universal health care. It's easy. It's easy. Stop the bullshit. Don't let the narrative of socialism come screaming in. We went through the exercise yesterday. You can watch the replay. It's on my YouTube. We went through the exercise yesterday. There's no economic and or social reason why we should not have universal health care. Absolutely none. We'd save money. We'd live longer. We'd be healthier. What else do you need to know? Instead, people are supporting a fucking military parade. $135 million to lead a fucking federalized army in the streets of LA, lying to their base. Come on. It's crazy. We're going to get into education, a few things I want to kind of talk about, but that's the point. So you should be angry about this, right? You should be angry about this. There should be, we should not be accepting any of this. Any of it. I worry. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not feeling so fucking zen today. By the way, this is available in the merch store, also on a mug. Go check it out. It's our bestseller. I want you guys to be angry. I worry about apathy. I tell this with you, not intentionally to try to create fatigue. I know it does, but you've got to be angry about this shit. If you're at a town hall and you might like your Democrat, you might like that person that you voted for, you might like them, and they start talking about healthcare reform, saying, we certainly want to extend the access to the ACA and maybe enhance it. I would put your hand up and say, excuse me, would you like my vote? Yes, I would. Okay, I don't want to fucking talk about expansion to the ACA. What are you going to do about universal healthcare for everybody? And do not let them squirrel away from that question. What are you going to do about I don't want your rhetoric. Well, it's I don't care about complicated. I want you to look me in the eye and tell me that you are going to advocate for universal health care. I want you to explain to me, first of all, why we can't have it. And then I can look at your corporate donations. Oh, I see that you took, $1 million during your last campaign cycle from United Health. Maybe that explains why you don't want to talk about universal health care. Come on. It should not be that complicated, but I would say demand it. Demand it. I do not expect, we've got to be realists at the same time, but what you stand for tells you a lot. And I understand how government works. I get it. I know you can't get everything done. I understand that. But could we at least start talking about it? Please? Please, can we at least start talking about it? There is somebody at my door, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know what the hell's going on, but let me go. I'll give you a little bit of music in the meantime, I think, if I can. I'll just play this. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, y'all. I mentioned this a couple weeks ago. We are getting our phone lines and all of our cable are being buried underground. So the town's been great about communicating with us. Let us know what there might be some power outages here and there. It was supposed to be tomorrow, but they just informed me that it may be today. So I said, like, when? And they're like, maybe between 11 and noon. So we'll see how it goes. Anyway, just wanted to let you know about that. But we'll be fine. We'll be fine. So thank you for that. Anyway, this shit just bothers me. And, and I don't think it shouldn't be complicated. So to remind folks, David Hogg has decided to step away from the DNC because the DNC leadership, of which he's one of, is resistant to have status quo Democrats be primaried. It's embarrassing. All right. So before we get into our topic, just a couple things. Some water. Okay. situations in LA seem to be, depending again, as we discussed yesterday, I'm muted. Can you guys not hear me? You guys can hear me, right? Yes? Everybody hears me okay? Is that a yes? Okay, good. Okay. As we discussed yesterday, the sensationalization of the media on both sides, right? Different elements of sensationalization. The right is telling you that these are thugs, that they're criminals. And I've got sound to reinforce that for you. Let me just make sure I have the right one queued up because I think this is important for this part of the conversation. Thought I did. Yeah. Okay. This is Kristi Noem. Okay. We know Kristi's. I'm not sure what she's exactly cosplaying at this time. Maybe a Marine. But this is what she had to say about what's happening and this, of course, is her appearance on Fox. All right. So this is what former South Dakota governor, who also said that if Joe Biden had called in the National Guard, that she would have some serious issues with that. Okay, well, cool. Good for you. Good for you, Kristi. So this is Kristi Noem on the most recent events in LA.
A mayor now that is endorsing these kind of activities has allowed her city to be completely devastated with crime. And now she's holding press conferences talking about the fact that people have the right to peacefully protest and that they're a city of immigrants. Well, they're not a city of immigrants. They're a city of criminals because she has protected them for so many years. And so we're coming in and doing what the president has said that he's going to do. And he's going to allow people to live in a safe community again. And we're going to use the authority that he has as president of the United States to conduct these operations. And the more that people conduct violence against law enforcement officers, boy, we're going to hit them back. And we're going to hit them back harder than we ever have before.
What? So did you catch the dog whistles in there? They're not a city of immigrants. They're a city of criminals. The president is going to make sure that people can be safe living there. So what does that mean? Yeah, you're right, Tootle. It's a 6 blocks of a 500 square mile city. So that's Fox, right? That's their sensationalization, reminding folks or telling folks their base to kind of keep them to keep them angry. And then you've got the left, people refer to as the left. Remember, as a reminder, legacy media is conservative. People would identify as opposition, liberal media, if you will, are talking about jackbooted thugs in the military marching through the streets. Neither one of those things are true, okay? What's true is that people were expressing their constitutional rights. What's true is that things were under control. The LAPD, and I've got sound from the LAPD's police chief in a second, right? They did not need, where this got escalated was by design. When you send in ICE agents who are masked, and then you send in the National Guard, but again, we can no longer refer to them as the National Guard. It's now the U.S. Army because they were federalized under Article 10 or Title 10, whatever it might be. And then the Marines backing them up. So this was by design, all right, to justify what Kristi Noem just said. And I think it's telling. They're not a city of immigrants. They're a city of criminals. So to our friends in L.A., I would recommend the single tier tattoo, right? Maybe you could measure yourself for your orange jumpsuit because apparently if you are in Los Angeles, you are part of the city of criminals. Okay. Nice. Again, the legacy media, fuck them too. Fuck them. I believe in good journalism, right? I do not believe in sensationalized broadcasts. I believe in good resourced, researched journalism. Somebody like a Terry Moran. By the way, I reached out to him on Substack and see if he can come and join us for a show. Terry Moran, who was recently dismissed by ABC because he called Stephen Miller basically a fucking Nazi. Right? I mean, okay. And then he's like, all right, fine. I'm not going to stay silent. I'll find a spot. And he will. And he will. Don't believe any of them. especially when there's something like this. When you see Erin Burnett out on the streets with her helmet and her goggles on. Come on. Okay, so let me find the sound, because I this is telling as well. I want to find the sound from, well, first let's listen to Mike Johnson. I think I played this yesterday. If not, here's a reminder. So we're talking about, I want to be very clear. When I say legacy media, I'm talking about national media. I'm talking about the national cable shows. You can trust your local broadcasters because they're the ones that are there. And you can do a test, right? You can do a test. You can see a story that is perpetuating virally from the large national media organizations, MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, Newsmax, etc. And then you can find the same story in your local community, and you'll see how it's reported, and you'll see the differences. They're not using hyperbolic, sensationalized chyrons. They're just talking about what the fuck happened. So I would put more faith into, even though they may be an affiliate, I would put more faith into your local news organizations than any of them. You're right, because they're journalists, right? So Mike Johnson talking about the events in LA, and this is just an interesting question. And once again, this is part of the bullshit rhetoric that is damaging to people. He was asked this particular question. You'll see, it's crazy.
Secretary Hegseth said that active duty Marines there at Camp Pendleton, there by San Diego, are on high alert and could be mobilized. Could we really see active duty Marines on the streets of Los Angeles?
Yeah. You know, one of our core principles is maintaining peace through strength.
What?
We do that on foreign affairs and domestic affairs as well. I don't think that's heavy-handed. I think that's an important signal.
You don't think sending the Marines into the streets of an American city is heavy-handed?
We have to be prepared to do what is necessary, and I think the notice that might happen might have the deterrent effect.
Speaker of the House of the second in line to the presidency does not believe that sending United States Marines to the streets of LA unnecessarily, he does not see that as heavy-handed. Okay. Now we're going to listen to some sound from Pam Bondi. So Pam Bondi says LA protests are very different than January 6th rioters who were pardoned. Really, Pam? Okay.
Have their hands untied where they can do their jobs. Right now in California, what we're doing is working by bringing in the National Guard, by bringing in the Marines right now to back them up, to protect our federal buildings, to protect the highways, to protect the citizens. So right now in California, we're at a good point. We're not scared to go further. We're not frightened to do something else if we need to. Right now we're trying to...
We're not scared to go further. Okay.
Well, right now we're hoping it's going to get under control. We hope the curfew will work, and we're going to continue to do everything we can to keep California safe if the government of California is not going to help them. One more question.
The administration has talked a lot about defending law enforcement over the last week or so that these protests are going on, but you've been criticized for having a double standard with the president pardoning all these people who attacked police officers on January 6th in his first day in office. How do you answer that criticism?
In case you couldn't hear that, the journalist asked and said, how do you respond to the criticism that the administration is facing when you pardon people who beat up police officers and you're claiming that you're going after people who are beating up police officers? Listen to this non-answer.
Well, this is very different. These are people out there hurting people in California right now. This is ongoing, no longer. We're going to protect them. We're going to do everything we can to prosecute violent criminals in California. California is burning. These people are waving Mexican flags, yet they don't want anyone to go back to Mexico. They're burning American flags. This is the United States of America, and we're going to protect Americans. We're going to protect all citizens out there.
You heard it. You heard it. You heard it. You heard the racist dog whistles. You heard it. You heard the Mexican flag. You heard Kristi Noem call people criminals and not immigrants. And when asked the question, like, how do you, again, how we say the Republicans and conservatives do not have the ability to be objective. You are hypocrites and you have no logical consistency. If you were to say, well, first of all, president violating, the whole rules of states' rights, circumventing the governor of California and then lying about it to federalize the National Guard, you could do that for, like we discussed yesterday. He did that because California is not someplace that he likes. And Gavin Newsom is not someone he likes. And the people who are protesting, by the way, people's civil rights and liberties and constitutional rights being taken away, which is direct opposition to his policies. He doesn't like that. But the insurrectionist fucking traitors who stormed the Capitol with a Confederate flag, beat up cops, used pepper spray, and wiped their shit on the walls of the Capitol, those folks are fine because they're there for me. Nobody who votes MAGA has the ability to address that. They will take what Pam Bondi just said. No, this is different because those guys are criminals. They're burning cars. They threw a brick through the window of a Waymo dealership. Well, what about January 6th with spreading the shit in the walls of Capitol and stun guns? Well, those cops ran Antifa. They were set up. They didn't do nothing wrong. Those people are patriots. That's a reenactment, but it's fucking stupid. You see how pathetic that sounds? That conversation is real. That conversation is real. That's all we're asking for. Just be objective. Okay? All right, before we get into our education topic, and I've got a few more things that I'll sprinkle in today. I don't know if you guys know who Lev Parnas is. Lev Parnas has pretty deep connections. There's a documentary from Russia with Lev. He's the father of Aaron Parnas. Aaron Parnas is a journalist who's been targeted. Aaron Parnas does a lot of his content on Substack. I follow him over there. He followed me back, which I think is pretty cool. Lev has been really has come out against the president. He's talked in terms that there used to be a relationship. He still seems to have a lot of connections with the administration. He was involved in part of the whole Ukraine sort of Burisma, let's dig up dirt on Joe Biden, all that kind of stuff, right? So he's prominent, right? But he's done a really good job distancing himself from the bullshit, and he's calling it out. On his Substack, you can find him on Substack, and he does this series called Lev Remembers. And he's talking about the events of this weekend. So the No Kings. Take it for however you want to take this. I'm going to read it. He asked people who follow him to share this with their followers. So I'm doing that. Okay? That's what I'm here to do. I'll read it to you. This is dated June 8th, so it's a couple of days old. 3 days old or 4 days old at this point. But I just think it's really important. So if I might digress for just a moment, grab some coffee, water up. Everybody keep tapping and sharing. Don't forget, we do have a gifting goal today. Don't forget about subscribing. We are like 15 subscribers away from our next target for another giveaway. If you want to support the channel, you can do so right there. If you haven't joined our team yet, please do so. Okay. This is titled, Trump's military move in LA was just the beginning. Insiders reveal a June 14th plot. Troops in the streets, tanks on standby, and plans to crush the resistance. When I say my or I'm speaking in Lev's terms. My sources inside Trump world say the clock is ticking. Read this before it's too late. I'm reading it for you. I don't mind to scare anybody. We're just here to provide context, information, then you make your own determinations. Fair enough? Cool. I know a lot of you woke up this morning in shock, staring at the footage out of Los Angeles, asking yourselves, how could this happen? Is this real? Is this really happening in the United States of America? But let me be clear. This is real. It is happening. And I need you to know what my sources deep inside Trump world have been warning me that we witnessed overnight was no isolated event. It's part of something much bigger. And what I have to tell you today can be considered chilling. Yesterday, when Mr. Trump deployed over 2,000 federal troops into Los Angeles under the justification of restoring order, most headlines ran with it like it was some isolated act of retaliation. Just another example of Trump punishing blue states. And yes, part of this is personal. Make no mistake, this is revenge against California, against Governor Newsom, and against Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. But it's not just about settling scores. This is about control. What happened yesterday in LA was a test run, a dry rehearsal for something much bigger. We talked about this yesterday and with Felice. I've been hearing from multiple trusted insiders that Trump's inner circle, particularly Pete Hegseth, and some of the more radicalized loyalists embedded in the Pentagon are actively drafting operational plans for the mass mobilizations expected on June 14th. This isn't about Trump's birthday. This isn't about a vanity parade. This isn't about shutting down resistance, because this is what Trump really fears. Not the media, not Congress, not prosecutors. He fears us. Not the media, not Congress, not prosecutors. He fears us. Tyranny is when the masses fear the government. Freedom is when the government fears the masses. Thomas Jefferson, or something to that along those lines is the quote. I'll find it for you and read it to you. He fears the American people rising up on June 14th in all 50 states with signs that say no kings, with voices that remind the world that we are still a democracy. Millions are preparing to march, and Trump knows it. That's why he's pushing for tanks. That's why he wants the biggest military display America has seen since the Cold War, because he wants the optics of power. He wants to smother the story before it begins. He wants his parade to dominate the headlines, not the marchers in the streets fighting for democracy. But I need you to understand this. According to my sources, there are discussions happening right now within Trump's most trusted circle about invoking martial law if the protesters get out of hand. They're looking for any excuse, any video, any act of violence, any disruption. That's all they need to justify a crackdown. And it may get worse. What I'm being told is that Trump allies, including elements connected to the Proud Boys, 3%ers, and other far-right militia networks, again, as we discussed yesterday, my fear was because I and others are wearing masks, we don't know who the fuck these people are. Okay. It sucks to be right. Proud Boys, 3%ers, and other far-right militia networks are planning to infiltrate the June 14 protests, not to support them, but to sabotage them. Their goal, create chaos, spark confrontation, trigger a response from law enforcement, and then hand Trump the justification he needs to clamp down. Let me say this loud and clear. We cannot give them that excuse. Yes, we must protest. Yes, we must be loud. Yes, we must show up and be seen and be heard, because silence right now is complicity. But we must do so peacefully. We must stay smart. We must protect each other and ourselves. Make sure wherever you're planning to protest, whether it's in the streets of New York, LA, Florida, or in your local town square, be prepared. Know your rights. Stay vigilant. Don't engage with agitators. Document everything. Stay within the law. And most importantly, do not let fear win. That's what they want. They want intimidation. They want fear. They want to provoke us into giving them a reason to declare emergency powers. They want us to fall into retreat. Do not let that happen. The stakes are even higher. This isn't a drill. This isn't hypothetical. Trump is testing the limits of power again, and too many still refuse to believe it. If you're reading this, then you've been following me. I have, Lev. You're welcome. You've heard me lay it out, how Trump operates, how he manipulates, how he uses fear, division, and false flags to consolidate power. I've told you his empire is splitting from the inside. I've told you the playbook. And now it's unfolding just like I said it would. The cracks are showing. You see what's happening with Elon. You see the desperation in Trump's moves. You see how the system is bending under the weight of one man's lust for total control. Now is the moment to take this moment more seriously than ever. I'll be updating you daily, real updates, real warnings, and real information that the mainstream media still refuses to talk about. Shocker. These are insights coming directly from deep within Trump's inner circle. Spread this message far and wide. Share it with your friends, your family, your colleagues, your neighbors. Post it on every platform you use. Forward it to every inbox in your contact list. If you haven't yet subscribed, do so. Become a subscriber. Support this work directly by contributing, because this is not a newsletter. This is just Substack. This is a fight for our democracy. You still have the power to protest. You still have the power to pressure your lawmakers. You still have the power to vote. Do it now before that power is taken from you. Stay vigilant. Stay careful. But do not stay silent. With urgency and purpose, Lev. Again, nokings.org. I think the advice is what we've been telling you all along. Tyrants, autocrats, fascists fear the people. I'm going to see if I can find that quote. Is this it? I don't know. I'll find it. Everything that he said there, I think, is something that we should all take warning to, right? Wherever you go. I'll be out this weekend. There's a couple of events. I'm working on maybe getting some time with Bernie, so I'll report back on that, see how that goes. That's what they want. Do not give them a reason to. I've been to hundreds of protests in my life, and there's general rules. You just don't engage with agitators. For those of you who have not protested before, that's something that you should take heart to. Don't engage with agitators. I know you're gonna see horrible displays. You're gonna see ridiculous flags. You're gonna see all kinds of bullshit. Do not engage. You are there for a purpose. You are there to show the fascists and the Nazis in the White House that you're not going to tolerate this bullshit. Stay vigilant. Make sure you know where people are. Make sure your friends know where you are. We spent some time with Dr. Jace yesterday. It was great about go bags and things you can prepare. Make sure you have water, all that kind of stuff, right? Again, the rallies are this weekend. NoKings.org. The link is in the link tree in my bio. You can find out where there's rallies around you. So I want to just encourage everyone to express themselves this weekend or wherever you are. Wherever you are. I also would ask you, the dad in me says, please be careful. Okay? Like I say to my kids every single day when they left their house, be safe, be kind, be gentle. Be safe. Be kind. Push the gentle a little bit. Thank you, Shay. So I appreciate Mr. Parnas. If you're not subscribed on Substack, you can find me over there. I don't post content there, but I just wanted to make sure that I could grab the name, so I'm over there. Also on Blue Sky. And don't forget about YouTube. We are streaming on YouTube. So please, if you haven't yet subscribed to our channel, please do so. All right. So let's get into our conversation regarding education. We spent a lot of time, again, like I said, talking yesterday about demanding reform. And when I look at how we solve a lot of these problems, a lot of it has to do with educating our society. Ignorance is convenient, but it's no excuse. It's okay to use it as it's when you are using ignorance to deny the truth, it's because it's convenient for your argument. And you can sit in your little space, MAGA, and deflect and defend everything and try to justify everything. Well, that shows your ignorance. It's certainly not an excuse. That goes for anybody, right? I try to call balls and strikes here with you guys when it comes to make sure that you're looking past the headlines. Make sure you're not allowing yourself to be sucked in. Case in point, we found there was a story reporting by there was a story that said that there was a Craigslist ad looking for paid Trump support or paid plants crowd. They're looking for people to stand in the crowd, right? And the way that the ad read, do I still have it? I think I do. They are looking for, let's see. Hold on a second. Craigslist ad is allegedly searching for extras to be on stage during Trump's military parade this Saturday and offering to pay participants $1,000 at Bitcoin. They wanted people of color. We tried to find whether or not it's true or not, and it seems like it's been posted by an organization that's been accused and or found responsible, lying for agitating in the past. So that's kind of my deal. Currently, what is posted on Craigslist? Yeah, so this is what's posted. I'll read it for you. Thank you, Eve. U.S. Army, the headline is, it's interesting. U.S. Army 250 celebration and parade, huge crowd, cash paid, D.C. Hiring 20-plus sales reps to sell a variety of flags and souvenirs at the U.S. Army 250th anniversary and parade in D.C. on Saturday from 10:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. Festival starts at 11. Parade starts at 6. We pay a 20% commission. Our top salespeople average $250 to $500 plus in commission. Cash paid at the end of the event. No hourly pay. This is a sales gig. You can apply. And you're selling what? Flags and souvenirs. Okay. Yeah. Who knows? Is there another one? Seat fillers needed. Yeah, here's another one. Seat fillers. This is the one. Thank you, guys. Seat fillers needed, June 14th, Constitution Avenue, D.C. Mellon Events is looking for seat fillers and extras to provide their time for space maximization and attendance perception for an event taking place in Washington on June 14th. Extras and seat fillers will check in on the morning of June 14th at 9 a.m. Extras are required to wear red, white, and blue clothing and will be provided a red hat to wear. Gold accessories are acceptable as well. The team will advise the extras where to stand or sit according to the line of sight from a VIP viewing platform area. Extras and seat fillers will be paid a flat daily fee and will be provided a lunch of fast food and soda. Woohoo! VIP, baby. Yes. We encourage people of color and ethnic groups to sign up for maximum perception control, and these individuals will be prominently displayed on the televised broadcast and local viewing screens to be seen by the VIP platform. So we encourage people to allow themselves to be tokenized so that we can say that we support all races, colors, and creeds. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I was going to say, that's my lunch, but I know. I haven't had McDonald's, and I can't tell you when. Maybe I'll do that today. My doctor will be like, no, but I'm going anyway. Screw it. What the hell? I'm going down swinging. Okay, so that's happening, right? But that's not fascistic. No, that's not fascistic at all. Inflation is going up. Gas prices are up. Kids are starving. VA benefits are being cut. People are being fired from the VA. Kicking people out of the military who serve. We're lying to people every single day. Kids are starving. People are going to lose their health insurance. But let's make sure we tokenize persons of color in a military parade to stroke the fucking ego of our malignant, narcissist, fascist, Nazi president. Makes sense. Again, take Lev Parnas's warning however you want. Yeah. Seriously. Take his warning for however you want. You don't believe the kids are starving? TJ? You don't believe that children in our country are starving? That's interesting. I don't know what you've been paying attention to. All right, let's get into education. I think the first thing that we should talk about is, Dems kicked out 8K military personnel for what? Bentley, you're wrong about that. You're just wrong, because vaccines have always been required in the military. People had a choice to make. They chose not to accept it, then they get kicked out. If they chose not to accept the malaria vaccine or whatever it might be, you get kicked out. So I don't know what you're talking about, but you can request so I can embarrass you in front of 779 people if you want, but that's fine. A lot of this whole education debate and the defunding and the elimination of the Department of Education comes from more right-wing lies, conservative lies. All right. The Department of Education, let's start there, okay? The Department of Education was established in 1979. So when you hear people talking about, well, what were the standards prior to 1979? There were no global standards to measure U.S. academic accomplishments against other parts of the world. So anybody can say anything, right? Anybody can say anything that they want to say, well, we were number one. There's no evidence either way. There was no evidence to say we were number one. There's no evidence to say that we weren't. We do now have some global standards that do compare educational outcomes. And we know that the U.S. is falling behind lots of other countries because those countries invest in their education. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But let's just kind of level set as to what the Department of Education is. I was in a live over the last weekend, and someone was, again, claiming that the Department of Education set the DEI curriculum at their kids' elementary school. It's just not true. I mean, it's not even opinion. It's just flat out not true. Of course, they couldn't provide any evidence. They just said that that's how it is. Oh, I was talking to somebody, or Trump just made it possible for me to tell my kid's teacher what to teach. When did that happen? It happened February 1st. Oh, like within a week and a half of him taking office? Yeah. See what I mean? Lies. Established in 79, the Department of Ed, signed into law by President Carter, and then became operational May 1980. Purpose: centralize federal education efforts. Previously scattered across dozens of agencies. HEW, labor, defense, it was not consolidated. So there was a justifiable reason to say, let's consolidate Department of Education. Promote equal educational opportunity. Enforce civil rights in education, whether it be Title VI, Title IX, IDEA, etc. Improve accountability and transparency. Again, in an effort to consolidate test scores from across the nation so that we would then be able to report out successes. They're not setting curriculum. It's just a matter of there was no central reporting agency, thus no data prior to 79 that said where we rank. Support underserved. Oh, gosh. Okay, what's this? Well, now we have to do this thing on our phones, too, the little puzzle piece. That's new. Okay. Support underserved populations. Wow, shocker. Focus on students with disabilities, English learners, low-income communities, etc. That sounds like a pretty good idea to me. I don't know about you guys. And then administer federal funding. Manage federal aid programs like Pell Grants, Title I, IDEA. My plan all along to send my daughter to college, since I've got one that just graduated, one that's going to go back to school, but he's on his own, he's old enough now, is to use Pell Grants to supplement what money she doesn't get, right? You know, I've got some money saved for her. That's for her, but it's not all of it. Now we know that Pell Grants may be cut. Change the whole ballgame. Nobody really knows. What then forces guaranteed federal student loans at low interest rates, forces private loans. What happens then? Oh, the banking system. Got it. Okay, cool. Legal basis. It was created by the Department of Education Organization Act, Public Law 9698, separated from the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, and then its creation was part of Carter's broader effort to elevate the priority of education policy at the federal level. Again, makes perfect sense. Sounds like a great idea. Jimmy Carter, again, not getting the recognition that he deserved. Many conservatives and Republicans opposed why would that be? So interesting. They opposed the creation of the Department of Education, arguing that education should be controlled by states and localities. It is, which is interesting because Republican and conservative states have the poorest education outcomes in our country. Okay. A federal department could lead to overreach and bureaucracy. Those lies they've been telling you from the get-go. The debate continues today with some calling for the abolition of the department, though its core functions remain broadly supported, especially in civil rights and funding administrations. Today's role, they administer a $100 billion plus annual budget. They oversee programs like Pell Grants, student loans, special ed, enforce civil rights laws, collect and report out on data, and then support innovation, especially in underserved districts. Like, why are we talking about they don't understand, well, to summarize, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Ignorance is convenient, but it's no excuse. So let's talk about some of the policy shifts within the DOE, the Department of Ed. 1979 created. 1983, the policy and/or event was a nation at risk. Reagan era report warning of, quote, a rising tide of mediocrity in U.S. education sparked reform movements focused on standards and accountability. 1994, Goals 2000. Clinton-era law aimed to set national education goals and promote standards-based reform with state flexibility. Think about those two in. Reagan era reporting a warning, rising tide of mediocrity, because they didn't want the Department of Education to begin with. Clinton would be like, okay, let's set some national education goals. Let's set some benchmarks so that we can promote standards, so we can have the best education system in the world. 2001. No Child Left Behind. Bush-era law requiring annual testing in math and reading for grades 3 to 8. Schools face penalty for underperformance marked a massive increase in the federal role. Teaching to the test. Educators out there, I'm sure you guys love this one. 2009, Race to the Top. Obama administration's grant programs incentivize states to adopt Common Core standards, expand charters, and improve teacher evaluation. 2015, Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA, replaced NCLB under Obama, returned more control to states while maintaining annual testing and federal oversight of equity gaps. 2020, C-19 school closures. DOE waived many federal requirements. Remote learning exposed deep inequities in technology, funding, and access. 21 to 2024, American Rescue Plan and C-19 relief packages, administered billions in dollars in emergency funding to help schools reopen safely and address learning loss, and then ongoing civil rights, loan forgiveness, DEI debates. The Department of Education remains central in enforcing Title IX, expanding student loan relief, and navigating intense political debates around equity and curriculum. So, to summarize, the Department of Education is there to protect your civil rights and liberties, to make sure that every child in our country has access to public education. And it's turned into this target because conservatives are afraid of an educated populace. They do not want people to know of our history. They don't want to talk about the 1619 project. They don't want to talk about Black Wall Street. They don't want people to know of our history. They don't want to talk about suffragettes. They don't want to talk about any of that shit. Let me just, hold on a second. I just got to text my son. Hold on. He's needy. He's needy at the moment. Always dadding. They don't want to talk about history, which is part of the reason that they want to diminish education. You guys know how I feel about teachers. You guys know how I feel about the importance of education, right? Conservatives don't. The funny thing about it is a lot of the members, the elected members of Congress, those who serve in the Senate in particular, were educated at some of the most prestigious universities in our country. And yet they want to diminish them. They want to call them liberal indoctrination factories. Do you know what liberal means? Liberal just means that you're open-minded, that you're aware of other people, that you're willing to listen to other opinions and ideas. That's what being liberal is. Okay? All right, let's get into the specifics. So what I wanted to do, you're going to hear me mention Finland a lot today. I've always been in awe of the Finnish public school programs and how they address education. And it's working because they routinely land near the top, not only in community involvement, but in test scores, graduation rates. They're one of the happiest places on earth, and a lot of that starts with the fact that they care. So I'm going to go to the top of this reason that I kind of started this conversation. Everybody, please keep typing and sharing, and we know how important it is. All right. So the question that I wanted to ask is, why is public education in the United States versus other countries around the world? So let's compare. So if we're going to identify a problem, like yesterday, what I tried to do is to say, okay, this is what we have. This is what other countries have. Why can't we have that too? Why should we not want that too? Again, the caveat is no system is perfect. There's always going to be something that we can complain about. But if you are addressing the greater good, then I think that's a good thing, right? Okay. Education funding. Spending per student K through 12. United States spends between $15,000 and $16,000 per year per student. Going to vary in states. Some states spend more, some states spend less. That's the average. This is according to Department of Education funding, and what's the other source here? The CBO. Germany, Japan, Canada were the targets that were used for this. $10,000 to $11,000 per year per student. Okay, so $15,000 to $16,000 per year on average in the U.S., $10,000 to $11,000 per year on countries like Germany, Japan, and Canada. Higher ed spending, higher education, post-high school, highest in the world in the United States. Compared to other countries around the world, on average, significantly lower because it's often publicly subsidized. Once again, similar to healthcare, other countries around the world, democracies, have said, we want our society to be better. We want our society to be healthier. We want our society to be happier. We want our society to be smarter. So they invest. They make that decision. Funding source. In the U.S., it's mostly local taxes, which of course causes significant inequities. In other developed democracies, their funding is mostly central and or national funding, which makes it much more equitable. So the nations as a whole invest in their public education to make it equitable. Doesn't matter your zip code. U.S. spends more per student than most countries, but outcomes don't always reflect that due to inefficient distribution and deep inequity. United States, when it comes to math, the PISA scores from 2022, well below average. The tops are Singapore, Japan, and Estonia, countries, again, that fund their public education. Reading, U.S., average to below. Outside of the U.S., peer countries, Finland, Canada, Japan, Germany, well above average. Science, slightly below average in the U.S. Very high, Korea, Japan, Netherlands, Finland, Canada, What do they have in common? Again, they fund their public education through the government. Graduation rate is less, approximately 86% in the U.S., higher on average in most other developed democracies. Take that for what it is. U.S. students perform at or below average in most key metrics compared to global peers, especially in terms of math and science. Okay? Equity and access. School quality varies by zip code. In the United States, absolutely it does, due to local property taxes. That's how your education budgets are funded. Most of you know that. You guys know that because you're the smartest chat on TikTok. In other high-performing countries, no, because it's centralized. And what is centralization? So this is a big, scary word. You guys do not want it centralized because it's big and scary because you think you lose control. No, you haven't lost control. You've actually increased equity. But that's right. You're afraid of equity. You don't want a level playing field. You see, you claim to care about meritocracy, but you don't. You want to punish brown-skinned people. You want to punish the poor. You don't give a fuck about them. Funny, though, a lot of you are that. A lot of you capped out in middle school. You know, when you were the assistant captain on the JV volleyball team, that was your pinnacle in life. It's been a downward decline ever since, and you want to blame everybody else for your own misgivings and your own failings. Teacher pay. It's variable in the U.S. and often underpaid. High-performing countries, more standardized and more competitive. And then college affordability. Very high tuition to debt ratio in the U.S. Yeah, no doubt about it. Mostly free or low-cost public universities in countries like Germany, Norway, France, and Finland. There's a model. I'm sharing this because there's a model. Eve, are you free to did you want to do a mod announcement for our event next week while you're here? I'm not sure if you're there and avail. Speak of the devil. Thank you for jumping in short notice, friend. I'll be right back. Go for it.
Absolutely. I got you. We actually have Okay. Am I echoing? Oh, no.
I got you now. I can hear you. I got you.
Okay, wonderful. Then I'll go ahead and I'll get started. Like I said, this is a special men's mental health edition written by Scotty. Welcome to the Facts Still Matter Live, where the beard is silver, the truth is the real shit most guys were taught to bury. This isn't your man up and move on echo chamber. This is a space and stigma gets slapped harder than toxic masculinity in a therapy session. You were told not to cry, told to tell it up, bury it down, pretend you're fine. Not here. Here we say, tap the screen like you're knocking on the door of your own healing. Flood the hearts like you're letting someone know you're not okay. And guess what? That's okay. Share the live like it's a lifeline that someone out there is afraid to ask for. Because men struggle, men break, men feel, and men heal. But only when we talk about it. Gift goals are up. Not for vanity, but to build platforms that keep conversations like this alive. Unless you're out there still arguing in Facebook comments about how real men don't do therapy, in which case, it's time to talk, buddy boy. Smash that YouTube like it's a wall you've been holding up for too long. Join the Discord, links in the bio, where we talk about mental health, masculinity, identity, and the pressure that no one talks about, but we all carry. Mods are watching, just like real friends, quiet, steady, and ready to jump in if you're spiraling. You bring that troll energy, we won't just block you. We'll ask why you're so damn angry in the first place. Because this space, it's not just about facts. It's about freedom. Freedom from shame, silence, and pretending that everything is fine when it's clearly not. So unless you're here to speak up, show up, or lift up, take that crusty bravado, fold it into into an airplane and launch it straight into your last unprocessed trauma, because this ain't a pity party or a bro fest. This is real talk, raw truth, and a reminder that your worth doesn't depend on how quiet you keep your pain. You matter, your mind matters, and your story matters. Remember, y'all, have a fuck your feelings kind of day.
Damn, I think I love you even more now. So thank you for that, friend. I appreciate you. We love you very much.
You are very welcome. Thank you, Scotty.
Thank you, Scotty. Appreciate you, buddy.
Whee!
Okay, that was amazing. And yes, I'll bring up a guest and then we'll get back into our conversation here. Can't hear me? Really? You can hear me, can't you? Yes, you can. The gold one, how are you today?
Oh, good morning. I'm doing fine. I was actually tapping and accidentally tapped to come up.
Okay, did you have something on your mind?
No, I was just listening, just, getting educated for the day.
I appreciate you very, very much. Thanks for being here, friend. You have a good day, okay?
Thank you. You as well. And same to everyone else.
You got it. Take care. Yes, we love Eve. Okay, so again, we have these conversations because I want to make sure that people are aware of other things that exist in the world. Like there is a healthcare system that we could have. There is an education system that we can have, and we'll kind of go through this. So we talk about how school quality varies by zip code. We know that happens here. Doesn't happen other places. We know that early childhood education is, well, actually, let's talk about this. Did I go through this one already? I did. Okay. School quality varies by zip. Yes, due to local property taxes, no centralized. Early childhood education is inconsistent and mostly privatized here. It's universal or heavily subsidized in other parts of the world. So we think about pre-K. We talk about universal pre-K. We talk about, early childhood ed programs, and oftentimes it's not funded by taxpayer dollars. You need institutions and or organizations that do that. It's very inconsistent. So kids outside of the U.S. get a head start before they even go to kindergarten, for example. Teacher pay, variable, often underpaid here, more standardized and competitive around the world. We'll get into that a little bit later. And then again, very high collegiate, post-secondary college affordability, extremely expensive here, as we all know. Mostly free and or low-cost public universities around the world. Okay? Education quality is a major weakness. I should say education equity is a major weakness in the U.S., where it's a strength in other parts of the world. U.S. education is highly decentralized. Decisions are made by local school boards, states, and districts. It leads to a wide variation in curriculum, standards, and funding. Once again, because ignorance is convenient, but it's not an excuse, the Federal Department of Education does not set the curriculum for little Sally and Johnny's, reading time at their school in Middle Tennessee. Just doesn't happen. It's not real. It's a lie. We know this, and the funny part about this is that we know this because of, well, I've known it for a long time, but people not paying attention. When you see people like Moms of Liberty gobbling up school board seats, that is by design, because they know that school boards in districts have the influence over the curriculum, and they're the ones that want to change it. So the people that you support, their hateful rhetoric going out there, going after trans kids, etc., they're the ones that are doing that, not the Federal Department of Education. What the Federal Department of Education does in response is to say, you can't discriminate against that person. We're going to get in your way. You can't discriminate against that person. We're not going to tell you the curriculum, but you can't discriminate against those people, whether they be marginalized or not, whether you need an IEP plan or not, okay? Other countries' more nationally coordinated system with uniform standards and curriculum oversight. Finland, Japan, France. Now, this is the ultimate question. If you want some local control, which I support, you've got to be willing to say, okay, we need to talk about what minimum standards would look like. I want the best public education system. I am wide open to sit across the platform with experts to say, what are we missing? How do we do it? Where should the funding come from? The burden on the backs of local taxpayers, especially in red states who don't support advancement of education, is why kids are suffering, right? That's part of why they're suffering, because of the inequity. Now, the reason the tax bases, by and large, are higher in blue states. They generate more GDP. So you see a lot of schools that the haves versus the have-nots. In my little state, we see, I mean, I literally, when I drive to meet clients, I will pass schools that have, and I will pass schools that have not. They could be within 5 miles of one another. And when I talk about the have-not schools, the dependency on teachers to provide support services for their classroom, that's ridiculous. It should be a want, not a need. It should be a desire to add something, not a necessity, right? Inspired to change or desperate to. Teachers are desperate all across the country. Okay. Summary, U.S. versus other countries. Spending in the United States is extremely high, but extremely uneven. It's more moderate and more equitable outside the U.S. Performance, mid-tier globally, our rankings. Higher in Asia and most of Europe based on the same standards. Equity, high inequality by race, income, region, and tax base in the U.S. Greater focus on equal access outside the world, outside the U.S. Higher education, extremely costly and debt-based. And then public and often low-cost funding comes from the federal governments in these other countries. And then early ed, very limited access, patchwork funding. It's universal or heavily subsidized. Pre-K, universal or heavily federally subsidized. Okay? Again, these are models. The strengths of the U.S. education system. Emphasis on creativity, critical thinking, and extracurricular activities. I went back and forth on this one. Some of that is true. I do believe, again, though, but it's not consistent. It depends where you are. So if you are in a progressive school environment, whether it be, a state or a municipality that's got a lot of funding to provide for their programs and their schools, you might get more access to things like creativity. We also know, as somebody who grew up in the arts, we also know that the arts is something that always gets underfunded. I also played sports. Whenever there was always this line, right? My mom used to call me the UN because I had my sports friends, I had my theater friends, I had my academic friends, I had my local friends, and I kind of swam in those waters, right? Whenever there was a situation of an update needed to, whether it be a new soccer net or new baseball equipment or a new goalpost, there was no doubt it was going to get funded. No doubt about it. And I'm not diminishing sports programs. I'm not doing that. But it was always at the expense of something else. So arts and humanities were the ones that would always lag behind. And we certainly know that arts and humanities-based education is really a difference maker for kids. I think about my middle son, who was very shy, very socially awkward in school. And then I finally got him interested in theater, and he has blossomed since. And just was recently graduated from university and with a graduated cum laude in the liberal arts theater department, and is going to have a bright future. So that's an example. Sure, anecdotal, but I've heard that story from hundreds of other parents. Challenges within the U.S. education system. Let me back up. Emphasis on creativity, critical thinking, and extracurricular activities. Certainly a lot of focus on extracurricular. Critical thinking, I don't agree with that necessarily. I think we are in a position, we'd like to say that it is a strength of the U.S. education system, right? Like to say that, but I don't agree. Another strength, they say, strong university system and research and global rankings. I would agree with that, no doubt about it. As we just discussed, though, incredibly expensive. And then a wide variety of school types and options, charter schools, magnet schools, etc. Good or bad, there are a lot of options. But those options are only for a select few. It's not available to everybody based on inequality. Challenges, deep inequality tied to wealth and geography. Your zip code determines a lot in American life. Teacher shortages and burnout. I'll say that again. Teacher shortages and burnout. Rising school segregation. There are schools that are deliberately attempting to segregate, and that's, of course, what charter schools would do. And then student debt crisis in higher education. Cost goes up and up and up and up and up. Okay. Again, you're going to hear me talk about Finland a lot, and I kind of want to get into that. And we'll get into the specifics of what the school day looks like in Finland and why I think I see that as a model. And the complaints are going to come in, oh, they're a tiny country. It's irrelevant. in my opinion, is what you prioritize, right? Think about what, we talk about this a lot. Think about what other nations, those either that have universal health care or federally funded education programs, they tell you what their priorities are. Again, don't show me your value, show me your budget. They tell you, we are investing in our society because we believe that a healthier, more educated, happier society is a more, is a society that's going to contribute more. And that's what you see, right? What do we prioritize here? Anybody, tell me what you think we prioritize in our country. Think about it. Again, you guys are the smartest chat on TikTok. Just type in the chat what you think we prioritize here. There's a couple of things that really stand out to me. Money, corporate profits, money. Yeah, I think we prioritize capitalism. Exactly. We prioritize the billionaires. We prioritize the American dream. We put that out there. Money and corporations. That's what our priority. Governmental, right? So governments around the world, democracies, other democracies, and sort of liberal democracies, their governments prioritize a healthier society, a more educated society, a more well-rounded mediocrity. That's a good one. That's what they prioritize. Our government doesn't. Our government prioritizes corporate welfare. Our government prioritizes making the rich happier. That's their priority. I mean, I don't know if that's debatable, right? Okay. So why do we fall behind? I think the U.S. lags behind many developed nations in student performance, particularly in math and science, despite having one of the highest per student spending levels. The disconnect is due to a mix of systemic, social, and policy-related issues. Tanning bed taxes, right? Good call, Jess. This entire, what we're going to go through now, I think speaks to exactly what we're talking about. Why other nations who don't have the richest, who's not the wealthiest nation on earth, but they prioritize the things that matter to them. They can spend on things that are important to them as a whole, and their voters tell them such, right? So key reasons why the U.S. schools lag behind. Inequitable funding. Public schools are largely funded by local property taxes, as we know, which creates vast disparities in resources between wealthy and poor districts. This becomes a states' rights argument, right? Well, states are on their own. They should do their own thing. Well, we know, though, that red states, by and large, we've gone through this exercise earlier this week, that red states receive, on average, $1.75 for every dollar that they pay into the federal government. What that means is they are recipients of federal funding subsidized by blue states. Conversely, blue states, on average, receive less than $1 of federal funding. So that means that blue states are funding the inefficiencies and the deficiencies in red state, governments in their state funding. So what happens then? Yeah, thank you, California. Thank you, Massachusetts. Thank you, New Jersey. Thank you, Michigan. Thank you, Illinois. States like that, right? What happens is, if you leave it up to the states, those states are already deficient in their funding. So they can't, not only can they not pay for education, they can't support Medicare, they can't support, SNAP programs. So you could turn it into states are running on their own. But what would happen to children in West Virginia, Alabama, Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi? What would happen to those states? They would be bankrupt. I mean, they're already technically bankrupt. They can't pay their bills without the help of blue states. So what would happen? So the people who have the states' rights argument, that's fine. You want to go it alone? You want to go it alone? You don't want any federal support? What's going to happen? Right? Conservatives are the problem, and they always have been. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's going to happen. Your state income taxes would skyrocket. You can't pay your bills now. And you talk about local control, and you talk about wanting to give the power to locals and to parents. Good luck. Good luck with that. Other countries like Finland and Germany fund schools more equitably through national budgets. A child's zip code in the U.S. often determines their educational opportunity. That is, a woman's zip code determines whether or not she has access to reproductive health care. So that's part of, people of the LGBTQI community. Their freedoms and their rights under our Constitution are only protected depending on where you live. That's horrible. It's true, though. Your zip code, where you're born, what side of the tracks you're born on, has everything. It's a lottery. It's a lottery. You are, oh, wow, sweet. Born in California, born in Massachusetts, born in Vermont, born in New Jersey, born in New York. You're lucky. You've already got a head start. Born in Louisiana, Mississippi, West Virginia, better pull yourself up by the bootstraps because it's going to be a long road to hell. In the U.S., some of the reasons why we lag behind. Overemphasis on standardized testing. I don't think this gets discussed enough. U.S. education is focused heavily on teaching to the test, especially since No Child Left Behind. Other high-performing countries emphasize, wait for it, critical thinking and problem solving over rote memorization. Ask yourself this question. So my kids all very, very smart, but horrible test takers. They would all admit that. The anxiety that builds up. And I remember having a conversation recently with my daughter. I said, can you imagine what your high school experience would be like if you never had to take a test? She's like, be awesome. It'd be awesome. I'm not talking about, obviously there's tests that you should take to check your progress. I get that. That's fine. But just in general, and fucking homework, nope. Hate it. Shouldn't have it. Ridiculous. But SATs and ACTs and PSATs and AP tests and things like that, right? It's not an indication of anything other than, so the U.S. can try to measure its educational dick against other countries. Right, it's not learning. It's memorization to take the test. Exactly. Okay, other high-performer countries, again, focuses on critical thinking. Teacher pay and professional respect. Teachers in the U.S. earn, on average, between 20 to 30% less than similarly educated professionals. Countries like Finland, South Korea, Japan treat teaching as a prestigious, highly paid profession to attract top talent. Like I've said to you guys before, I believe this radical progressive believes that we should be overfunding public education and increasing the wages of our teachers so that they're recruited, so that you've got school districts across the country recruiting you. Prestigious and well paid. If you care, conservatives, if you say you care about education, then why don't you pay teachers? Oh, can't. Them teachers are radical. They're teaching all that CRT shit. Well, what's CRT? I don't know, but it's that stuff. Yeah, that IDDI stuff. Well, what's DEI? I don't know, but they're doing it. Those are the conversations that they're having, right? Critical thinking. Ignorance is convenient, but it's not an excuse. Seriously. My glasses are getting loose. I got to stop doing that. Is it radical? Because we want to pay our teachers more because they deserve it? Teachers, especially elementary school age, especially around that age group, some of the most developmental years, spend more times with your kid than you do in many cases. Right? So why not? Why not? Why not do that? Surgeries? Why not do that? Why not overfund it? Lack of universal early childhood education. This is a big one. Many U.S. children enter kindergarten without prior formal learning, widening early achievement gaps. In contrast, most top-performing nations offer universal or heavily subsidized pre-K education. Oftentimes, the first bit of, I know Kipper's excited, but probably like I said, they're working on the street out in front of my house. Infrastructure dollars. Thank you, Joe Biden. Appreciate you. Think about this. Oftentimes, we can all think about the examples of those if you have kids, right? In many cases, the first formal setting that your kids got was kindergarten. I know, Kipper. Hold on, buddy. Here. Hey, come here. Everybody wants to say hello. Here, dude. Sorry, y'all. Again, these are things that we should be asking for, right? These are things that we have to be asking for. Why is it that we can't have a system in the richest nation on earth where we also provide my model, again, universal pre-K, free college? It's not a fantasy. It happens in most developed nations around the world, and their educational outcomes, their quality of life outcomes, their life expectancy, all these things are better than ours. Universal pre-K, so they can get a head start in free public education, higher education. Private institutions, that's different. Public colleges, boom. Right? What's wrong with that? In contrast, most top-performing nations offer universally or heavily subsidized pre-K education. High child poverty and inequality in the U.S. I confirm this data through the Department of Agriculture. Over 1 in 5 American children live in poverty, higher than any peer nation, and it's not even close. 1 in 5 kids in our country live in poverty. Poverty correlates strongly with worse outcomes, fewer resources, and more absenteeism. Poverty means hunger in many cases. The same conservatives who care about your kids, the pro-life conservatives who want to strip SNAP funding, 41 million people in our country receive SNAP benefits. Same people who claim to be pro-life want to cut funding for free school lunches. Same people complain about how we're spending too much, people are taking advantage of that. No, what they mean is that they don't want brown people to be able to get a free school lunch. So they'll punish everybody else. U.S. ranks poorly on educational equity, which drags down average performance. Ever been hungry to go before to present? Ever missed lunch and then have a mid-afternoon meeting and you're like, ugh. Well, there are kids in our country. There are children in America. There are families in America that depend on school lunches. In many cases, the lunch and breakfast that they get at school might be the only meal they get that day. That's not hyperbole. That is fucking reality. That is reality. But you don't care because you're a conservative and you claim to be Christian. Don't even get me started. Curriculum fragmentation. Each U.S. state and sometimes individual districts set its own standards, their curricula, their assessments, which leads to inconsistency. Now, this is something that can be debated, right? I believe in freedom of educators. I really do. I trust educators to be able to respond as long as they're supported by their administration. Like, there are topics in school that I think should be discussed, quite frankly. Like, I believe, like I've talked about this before, about age-appropriate sex ed, for example. I think if we had a system where we had universal pre-K, you could start with proper names for body parts. And then as they get older, the topics get more specific. Good touch, bad touch. What is consent, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that should be something that should be standardized. We know so many children are victims to assault by family members because they don't know what good touch and bad touch is. They might think it's love. They have no idea. I'm again, has anything I've said here sound radical to you guys? Like, is it radical to want to educate our kids? Is it radical to want to make sure that they're protected from violence? Is it radical for them to fucking eat? Wow, that's nuts. Then sign me up. Countries like Japan, Singapore, and Finland have national curricula and cohesive learning goals. Okay, we could debate that. I think that's a fair debate. Now, you might have geographic things that you might need to educate things that are specific. We have a big country. You might need to educate students in Florida about some things that are specific to Florida, right? Especially if there's a trade school or if there's an industry that's prominent in Florida compared to conversations for kids in upper Washington State. That's a conversation that we can have, right? But in general, I'd like to think that there can be some things that we could all agree on, right? Just look at the test scores globally. All right, student well-being in school environment. Many American schools struggle with bullying, poor nutrition, mental health challenges. Yep. Top systems prioritize student welfare, support services, and low-stress learning environments. There are kids. there are children, right? Top systems in the world prioritize the radical approach of student welfare, support services, food, and low-stress learning environments. Wow, that is so fucking radical. Holy shit. Woof. Okay, here's the summary. High-performing nations. It's Finland, it's Scandinavian countries, parts of Europe, Japan, Singapore, parts of Asia. These are the models, okay? And again, we went through the exercise. So this is the breakdown. Funding equity. Highly unequal in the U.S., nationally balanced in high-performance countries. Teacher pay and respect. Hold on one second. I don't want to debate you. I don't want to battle you. So I'm declining. Thank you, though. Teacher pay and respect. Very low relative to peer nations. Very high, and then a selective and highly sought-after profession in other nations. Pre-K access, inconsistent here. Universal, high-performing. Curriculum coherence, fragmented by state. We just discussed that. Nationally aligned in the top-performing nations. Testing culture, all about taking the test here. Holistic, formative assessments in other countries. And then child poverty, 1 in 5 kids here. Much lower in peer countries. It's not even close. Okay, bottom line. U.S. has the resources to lead in education, but lags due to inequality, inconsistent policy, and undervaluing educators. Other countries achieve better results by focusing on equity, coherence, early learning, and teacher quality, not just spending more money. Okay? So U.S. ranks in the middle for teacher pay. Average starting pay is $42,000, which is below what some of our peer nations. And the average teacher salary is, this is according to the Department of Education. So take it for what it's worth at this point. The average teacher salary is $62,000 compared to some of the top performing countries like Germany, like Japan, like Finland, where it's significantly higher. Cost of living cost of living factors into that. Of course, TJ, of course, cost of living factors into that. But our cost of living is extremely high. So if you want to do the comparative analysis, our teachers are paid not nearly what they should. So thank you for walking into your own point. All right. Educational outcomes, we discussed testing. U.S. ranks, it falls behind in testing because of the measurements, science, math, and English. We're in the middle of underdeveloped, of all of the developed democracies, the ones we've comparing to. Finland, parts of Europe, parts of Asia, Singapore, Japan, Korea. Those countries, again, invest in the assessment process as opposed to teaching to the test. So I want to talk about Finland. This is going to blow you guys away because I went through a day in the life, what it's like to have, what a typical school day is like in Finland, and I just want you to hear about this. This is not fantasy. Okay, this does not have to be this utopia, but it is. Again, Finland is consistently considered the best public education system on earth. There's reasons why. We've discussed a lot of those reasons. All right. Finland's public education system is widely regarded as one of the best, if not the best in the world, because it focuses on equity, trust in teachers, minimal standardized testing, and child-centered learning. It consistently ranks among the top performers in international assessments like science, math, reading. Okay. Pre-primary, age 6. Universal, play-based, non-compulsory, but it's free. You don't have to put your kid in universal pre-K, but if you do, it's free. Basic education, ages 7. Again, listen to this and ask yourself, why can we not have this? Listen to this and then talk to your elected officials to say, why can't we have this? Listen to this and ask yourself, is this fucking radical? It's more radical that we don't have this shit. Basic ed, ages 7 to 16. Comprehensive 9-year program. No tracking. All students are in the same system. Equitable. Upper secondary, ages 16 to 19. Choice of academic or vocational path, both are free. The emphasis that we get from conservatives, what about trade schools? Okay. Yep, Finland supports that. You want to go to academic college? You want to go to trade school? They're both free, subsidized by the government. Higher ed. Free university or polytechnic schools, admissions based on entrance exams or GPA, not how much money you make. It should be. That's meritocracy. Right? That's meritocracy. You want to get into these schools? It's free, but you got to get in based on your entrance exams or your GPA. Anybody have a problem with that? Does anybody have a problem with that at all? I don't think anybody would. Core principles of the Finnish model. Equity over competition. All schools are publicly funded. No ranking systems or school league tables. Equitable. Doesn't matter where you're born. Minimal differences in quality between schools, whether urban or rural. No private schools in the traditional sense. Most are publicly funded and follow national standards. Now, there are some models where it could be, I was reading about this and I forgot, I can't find that. I was looking for that note. There are a few schools that would be considered private, but they're specialty schools, and I forget exactly what they are, but they're quite unique, and there's less than 10, I think, in the entire nation. Again, no private schools in the traditional sense. Most are publicly funded and follow national standards. Highly trained teachers. This is interesting, and I thought about it before talking about it, but I think it's reasonable. It's an important job. All teachers must have a master's degree. Most teachers I know do. So it's not out of reach. We know we have a teacher shortage, so we can't get there tomorrow. But I think that's something that we should work for, which goes back to the model that higher education should be free in America so that teachers who want to succeed can get a master's degree. I have no problem with this at all. Teaching is considered prestigious and a competitive profession. Highly prestigious. Teachers have autonomy in curriculum design and classroom management. So teachers, I know there's a lot of you out there who are listening this morning. Again, thank you. Hearts in the chat for teachers everywhere, please. Would you love to be in a model where you had classroom autonomy in curriculum design and you manage your classroom the way you saw fit? Would you support that? Now, people can say, well, that could get complicated. You could get religious indoctrination. Let's not go there yet. Let's just talk about the system. Let's just talk about the system that we're currently in, okay? Because they talk about, teachers. Yeah, okay, well, let's empower teachers to fucking teach, because that's what they want to do. All right. Minimal standardized testing. Again, this is the Finnish model, okay? No nationwide standardized tests until the end of high school. So your assessment's done at the end of high school, right? Student progress is assessed by, check this out, teacher-designed evaluations and observations. So each kid is almost scored and evaluated based on the kid as opposed to the standard. So we have this, we have proficiency-based learning, PBL. Most schools have this now, and it's this 1 through 5 ranking system, and it's completely fucking stressful, and it's so ridiculous because teachers look at it separately and whatever. But imagine a scenario where your kid gets assessed based on who they are. Not what the standard is, what their standard is. Can you imagine that? What an empowering position for a teacher to be in. First of all, growth-based learning. Exactly. Growth-based learning. Is your child progressing at what we expect them to be progressing at? If not, why? And then how do we get your child individually to succeed based on their own expectations? Fucking radical, guys? Is it radical? Wow. So radical. Okay. And the national assessments are sample-based and used to improve the system, not punish schools. Instead, they'll say, what can we do to help support this school? Not, we're going to punish that school. Child-centered learning. Emphasis on play, creativity, and well-being, especially in the early years. Social education, right? Social interaction, socialized in general, problem resolution, critical thinking, touch to nature. It's child-centered learning. Homework is minimal. The school day is shorter than in many countries. Students get regular breaks and access to free hot meals, free counseling, and free healthcare. Again, friends, why can't we have this? The reason is because of conservatives. Let's be real. Okay? Let's be real. Why can't we have an environment that is centered around our kids, emphasis on play, creativity, and well-being? Homework is minimal, school day is shorter than many countries, and then students get regular breaks and access to free hot meals, counseling, and healthcare. TJ, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. TJ, can you just mute him? I'm so tired of his bullshit. Free and inclusive. Completely free. Tuition, meals, materials, transportation, and health services. Free. Government invests in the populace. We want our society to be healthy. We want our society to be educated. And we are committed to it. Completely free tuition, meals, materials, transportation, health services. Special education services are integrated into regular classrooms, so no stigmas connected to it. For those of you who are special ed teachers and special needs teachers, first of all, you deserve your own level of praise for what you do. Can you imagine, though, less stigmas connected to it, integrated into regular classrooms, supported, though? And then education is built on trust, not control. No school inspections and no merit pay. Based on trust. You empower the people to do their job. You empower the people to do their job. You hire the best. You reward them. You respect them. They are considered the pinnacle in a pinnacle profession in Finland. Teachers are, and that's how you get the results. You catch more flies with honey, as they say. Okay. Finland outscores the U.S. in math, in reading. The expectation for teachers in Finland is that they have master's degrees. It varies in the U.S. Equity and performance, extremely high in Finland, very low in the U.S., and then minimal standardized tests in the U.S. compared to frequent is part of the curriculum in the States. I should say minimal standardized testing in Finland. It works, again, data. It works because it prioritizes long-term thinking and holistic development over test scores. We're going to teach our kids to solve problems on their own, and then we're going to do it holistically. We're going to give them real-life examples. You know what this does? It teaches empathy. It teaches understanding. It teaches compassion, right? What do we teach in our public education system? Our teachers are fighting to survive. Trust teachers to be professionals, not test proctors. And it reduces stress and inequality, which improves learning for everybody. Why can't we have this model? Finland's education model proves that a non-competitive, equity-focused, publicly funded system can produce outstanding academic outcomes and social cohesion. It's grounded in trust, autonomy, and a deep belief in value of every child. All right. Finland versus the U.S. The systems themselves compared. Governance. Finland, nationally coordinated. U.S., it's decentralized, state and local control. This is the entire argument. This is where we may not get any progress at all because as we've seen, this whole states' rights, brother, this whole conversation of states' rights, federalism, and whatever it might be is holding us back in many ways, right? I believe in the independence of states, but I also believe there are things that we should be doing to support every child from Maine to Alaska, from Florida to Washington, right? There are certain things that I believe a government can do. And I believe a government investing, saying we are going to prioritize the development of our children. I think there's ways that we can still integrate specifics around states, but I believe that the federal government should be involved in having the best education system possible. If you want to make America great, if you want America to be first, then why not have the best education, the best public education system in the world? Funding. In Finland, it is equitably funded because it's funded by national taxes, and we know it's not. So your zip code is determinant potentially or influential in your educational outcomes and your quality of life outcomes. Private schools in Finland, extremely rare, but they do follow the same rules as public schools. It could be boys' school, girls' school, whatever it might be, but they still have to follow the same rules as the public schools, which again is great. That's not segregation. That just might be choice, right? In public schools and private schools in the U.S. are widespread, often funded through vouchers and/or charters, which creates inequity, segregation. Tuition fees, K through 12. In Finland, it's free, including meals, materials, and transportation. United States, free, but hidden costs are common, including school supplies and meals. I don't know where you guys live, but some of you still have to send money for your kids to eat. And I know that we've heard these horror stories of kids not having money in their accounts and then the lunch ladies not being able to give them food. Enough said. Early education, pre-K. Universal play-based, publicly funded, free in Finland. Uneven access, even if available, and it's most often privatized in the U.S. Minimal standardized testing here, no national exams until graduation of high school. Frequent high stakes tests, whether they be state tests, SATs, ACTs, you name it. That's part of our model, teaching to the test. Teacher qualifications in Finland, master's degrees required. Teaching is considered prestigious. Any teachers out there would have, if you don't have a master's now, if you were in a system where you were respected more, if the requirement was for you to go get your master's degree, would any of you have a problem with that? Especially if it was free, like on the higher education side? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt any of you would disagree with that model if that were the case. But most teachers I know have their master's degree. In the U.S., it varies by state. Bachelor's is often sufficient. There is such a teacher shortage now that I know a lot of schools are looking to employ anybody, pulling people from the private sector, even if they don't have educational background. And of course, we know that some states want to introduce chaplains into schools to fill in the gaps, right? I don't agree with that. None of us should. Curriculum in Finland, flexible, trust-based, child-centered. In the U.S., it's often rigid, of course, test-driven. Homework, light, if any, especially in the early years in Finland, heavy even in elementary grades. I remember scenarios where my kids would have a couple to 3 hours of homework a night, right? And that's just crazy. It's just, I always have despised homework. Not when I was having to do it, but I just always have despised it. I don't get it. I don't think it does anything. It extends a 7-hour school day to 10 hours. I just don't agree with it. I think it's unnecessary. I'd like to think that everybody would say, fuck the homework, but who knows? Class sizes, small, focus on individual attention in Finland, larger, especially in underfunded districts in the U.S. Teacher ratios here average between 25 to 30 to 1. School meals and services, always free, nutritious meals and student health services. Varies widely, often not free or inadequate in most public schools here. And then equity and outcomes, high equity, small performance gaps between all the kids because they all have access to the same stuff. Large gaps by race, income, and geography in the U.S. Key results from Finland. High PISA scores, despite fewer classroom hours and less testing. So the model of more testing means better results. It's the converse. Lower stress levels for students and teachers, higher trusted educators, low dropout and high graduation rates, and broad public satisfaction within the system. What could the U.S. learn from Finland? Take notes. Equity and funding. Move toward federal or state-based funding equalization as opposed to town. Anybody disagree with that? Teacher professionalization, raise pay, require higher qualifications, and invest in training. Anybody have an issue with that? Anybody have an issue with raising teacher pay but requiring higher qualifications and then investing in their training? Anybody? Would anybody have an issue with that? Is that a common ground issue that we could potentially find? Probably not. Less testing, more learning. We could reduce high stakes tests, allow for formative classroom-based assessments. Anybody have an issue with that? Right. Emphasize well-being. Increased mental health and meal access and more breaks in schools. Anybody have an issue with that? Do you want your kids to be as stressed as you are? I certainly don't. Early education for all, meaning free universal pre-K. Expand it, guarantee it nationwide. That's a structural issue that we have. We don't have the systems for it, but again, this is aspirational. Trust schools, do not micromanage them. Give educators more autonomy and reduce political interference. Anybody have an issue with that? Right? Radical guys. Like, don't tell anybody. But this is so radical. Said nobody ever. U.S. has resources and potential, but lags due to inequity, overtesting, and lack of trust in educators. Finland's model shows that child-centered, equitable, and well-funded public systems can deliver strong academic outcomes and societal benefits without burning out kids or teachers. Okay. I want to get into reform, right? So this sort of leads into this kind of, I'm kind of stepping this through. This is aspirational, and then how do we do it? I wrote a vision statement. Shocker. Okay? As I've been thinking this through, so I had a lot of time. It's been on my mind to do it, and I got it all out last night. I was working, burning the midnight oil, and I didn't sleep. I use the U.S. education, I call it the U.S. education roadmap for reform, and it's inspired by Finland. This is my vision statement. Are you ready? Every child, regardless of zip code, deserves a high-quality, equitable, and joyful public education that nurtures curiosity, well-being, and lifelong learning. Anybody have an issue with that? Again, every child, regardless of zip code, deserves a high-quality, equitable, and joyful public education that nurtures curiosity, well-being, and lifelong learning. Anybody have an issue with that? Would that be so hard to get behind? Okay, so I'm going to go through like funding reform, professional teaching, curriculum assessment, universal early ed, well-being, autonomy and trust, eliminate structural inequities. Okay? All right, here we go. I do this for free. I do this for free every day. You want to support the channel? You can do so right there. If you appreciate this, I'm kidding, but not really. All right. Oh, guess what? TJ Spriggs, who we booted because he's just a potato, commented on the promotional video that I did for this. I wonder what he had to say. Probably crying in his sleep. Go back to bed. Have another cookie. Okay. Funding reform, equity over property wealth. The goal, to ensure all schools are well-resourced. The action steps, shift towards state or federal funding formulas based on student need, not property values. Increase Title I and IDEA funding, and then cap reliance on local property taxes. Anybody have an issue with that? Probably not. Professionalize teaching. The goal, make teaching a high-status career, right? Action steps, requires master's level certification with paid apprenticeships, raise salaries to match professions with similar educations, establish a mentorship system for new teachers, and then invest in ongoing training. Anybody have an issue with any of that? I didn't think so. Curriculum and again, I'd said earlier on that these may be aspirational, but are they? I mean, sure, we have to aspire towards them here because we don't have it currently, but are they so radicalized? This is what I'm talking about. Like, whatever's going to happen on the streets of LA, whatever's going to happen on the fucking parade on Saturday, we've got structural issues that we have to fix in our country or it's never going to get better. Healthcare education. That's why I spent so much time yesterday doing the live regarding healthcare, and that's why we're talking about education today. Those two things, I think, changes everything. It really does. So my legacy, if there is one, I want healthcare reform and I want education reform, like wholesale shit. No more fucking scratch-off tickets. I want the whole goddamn roll, right? Okay. Curriculum and assessment reform. Shift from test-driven to deep learning. I didn't know what else to call it other than deep learning. Reduce or eliminate high-stakes standardized testing, especially in the early grades. Promote project-based learning and cross-disciplinary curriculum, meaning that you're going to learn, you're going to go outside of your core and learn more to become a more well-rounded student. And then use formative teacher-designed assessments for feedback, not punishment. Individual control for teachers to assess the performance of the individual. Is this student on track based on what my expectations are for this student? Right? Radical? Nope. Universal early childhood. Talk about this one again. Provide a strong start for all children. Create or expand universal publicly funded pre-K for ages 3 to 5. Ensure programs are play-based and trauma-informed, which speaks to what we discussed earlier about age-appropriate sex ed, things like that, along with other things. And then integrate pre-K into local school districts. So pre-K programs become part of the public education system, so it's not privatized, right? Again, radical? Probably not. Well-being and a whole child approach. You can tell I've been thinking about this for a long time, and it's finally kind of just popped out. Make schools safe, nurturing, and inclusive, right? Provide free meals, mental health counselors, and nurses in all schools. Include daily recess, art, and music in every curriculum. Daily art and music. I'll say that again. Daily art and music. Implement restorative justice instead of exclusionary discipline, meaning that we allow the school to address the issue without it becoming disciplinary, right? Individual. Emphasis of creative learning. Emphasis is on critical thinking skills. Anybody have an issue with any of that? Didn't think so. Autonomy, trust, and innovation. Empower schools to tailor learning to the individual. Reduce top-down mandates from state and federal governments. Okay? Meaning that if we're going to be influenced by the DOE politically, then we can't have that. A system won't work if it becomes politicized. Establish teacher-led innovation teams. The innovation come from the people that are doing the work. Let them do it. Let them be the ones that are part of the solution as of being told instead what to do. And then limit standardized curricula, encourage cultural and local relevance. Like I said earlier, you can create national standards, right? Not teaching to the test, but education in Florida potentially could be different than it would be in Washington State or Alaska. I think that's progressive, quite frankly. And I think that is maybe a compromise, but it seems logical. And then finally, eliminate structural inequities, close opportunity gaps, desegregate schools via housing and school zoning reforms, blur the lines, ensure equal access to advanced coursework and extracurriculars, and then require culturally responsive education and anti-bias training. If we're going to have a conversation about CRT, let's fucking have it. You want to have a conversation about DEI, let's fucking have it. Let's have it in an environment that nurtures the critical thinking aspects connected to it and why it's so important. That's my list. Okay? Funding reform, equity over property wealth, professionalized teaching, curriculum and assessment reform, universal early childhood education, well-being and whole child approach, autonomy, trust, and innovation, and then eliminate structural inequities. Does any of that sound crazy? Just like yesterday when we went through this exercise doing the same thing when it came to universal health care. Does any of that sound crazy? We've been told that we can't have it. We've been told that we shouldn't ask for these things. Why? Why not? Why can't we have that shit? The reason is because we're told we can't. I know I'm so fucking radical, right? Good morning, my friend. How are you today?
Hello there.
Hello there. You know, I was the wife and I have been out on a walk with your favorite dog next to Kipper Scout.
What's up, Scout?
And I was really focused on the way you were laying things out. So one, thank you.
Sure.
And two, my assessment is isn't this a really low bar that we've set to meet those standards?
Exactly.
Like, okay, let's take the whole Make America Great again.
Sure.
Right?
Hi, Steve.
Hello, our wife. How are you, my dear?
He's asking, how are you?
I am good. I am good.
Good. Keep your head down. Stay behind you. Stand next to your, fully authorized now and deputized, whatever he is. Hubby, I love you. Thank you.
Officially, I am a private security officer that can provide armed services.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's sexy.
Totally.
Even though it's volunteer work, because I'm doing something. What was really interesting is the items that you laid out, right? And getting back to the whole MAGA thing. If you want greatness, don't you have to craft and foster it first?
Plant the seed.
Right? Right. And it's really amazing. Well, first of all, anytime you see any type of show and they talk about Finland and its education system, I'm always just blown away at the classrooms.
Incredible.
Right. And
no,
the teachers,
no desks, you know, like, yep.
Yes. Peer-led learning. Right? Students help other students because the big word that you used, they understand empathy.
Correct.
And they understand that as a society, all boats have to rise. The only way you get all boats to rise is you let kids lead kids and help kids out. And because they don't do things like we do in the United States, for the most part, rote learning is not beneficial really to anyone except for maybe 5% of students that are able to ingest a lot of information, memorize it for just long enough to take a standardized exam or an exam and get a good grade. But that hasn't taught them anything. We've taught them how to memorize things.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
If you ask a student, right, and I'm about to get into my favorite area. If you ask a student why geometry is so important to learn, they can't tell you here in the United States because they're not taught that. Right? It's like when people say
pipeline here.
Right. They're like, "Oh, I don't need algebra. I'm here to tell everyone at a bare minimum, you need to understand algebra." Like at a bare minimum, but really where you need to be if you are a student in high school or you have kids in high school or kids in grade school, they need to be well past that. They need statistical analysis, right?
Yeah, we should be teaching children how to learn as opposed to how to take a test.
Right. That's why statistics is such an important math subject that should be taught in high school, because then you get to analyze, you get to critically think, you get to look at data, right? And statistics as a math class is not difficult. It's very difficult at the graduate level, right? Because then you're getting into really exciting stuff. But the food is, I think, the thing that always amazes me. I don't know if you've ever seen these specials where they have teachers from different countries and the people will show film of a crew being at a school and what children eat. And the comment is always akin to, how are they supposed to get through the day and learn if they're eating that?
Exactly.
Like, not that they're not that it's not that they're not acknowledging there's food, but they're saying, well, what you're giving them isn't helping them. Yes, for some, if you have nothing, it's better than going hungry.
Yeah, like what's the like the prioritization? When I asked the chat earlier, I'm not sure where you guys were on your walk, but I asked people earlier, like, what is our nation's priority? And people said money, billionaires, greed, power, right? You know, and then
status.
because it's status. Yeah, that's the truth. Where other nations are prioritizing public health, they're prioritizing their education. We've talked about this before about the criticisms, and some of the criticisms are fair against the Chinese government in regards to civil rights and liberties. But can we judge anybody else based on what we prioritize? Really?
Not while living in a glass house.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
And I love.
Let me just close this one little piece out first, and I'll get right back to the topic. So as part of my plan here, we went through the list. So this is what I think the target should be. So high school graduation, as it currently sits now, is approximately 86%. I'd like it to be within 10 years, 95%. Teacher retention for more than 5 years, it currently sits at less than 50%. I'd like to see that number go above 80%. Math and science rankings, globally, we are in the mid-30s consistently. I'd like to see us top 10. Pre-K enrollment, I would like it's less than 54% now because it's not free. It should be above 90%, if not higher. I think 90% I'm being conservative. And then standardized testing hours, 20 to 25 hours a year currently. I'd like it to be less than 5 hours a year within 2 years. Again, radical. Sorry, Obi, you can finish.
Well, now you said something that shifted my brain and my ass in my seat. Let's break down the fact that there is this never-ending hypocrisy and irony around the way we would judge the caste system in India. Okay, that was like a big thing, right? How are we any different?
We're not.
Right.
We're not.
Right.
And like you said to start this conversation, this is not radical. This is a low bar. Let me rephrase that. It's not a low bar, but it's an attainable bar. Because where we sit now, this judgment of our system going after the wrong people, going after educators, as opposed to going after the structure of segregation that exists in our system. The fact that we don't want to fund public education, the fact that we don't care about gentrification of communities and then underfunding access to public education, which creates segregation. That's by design, right? That's by design.
Yeah.
So these things it's a systemic change, sure, but it's not radical. It ain't radical at all.
And I would argue that our problem here in the United States is that we have maybe required, we have strongly suggested, but other countries around the world who are lapping us in education use the term mandated. And I know MAGA hates that, right? Because it frightens them. Because it's like trying to explain to somebody, well, I've paid for it, therefore it's mine. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, rights to check out the books I want in a library, right? They don't understand because, again, they've been conditioned.
Correct.
To have everything be a negative. If we mandated these things for education, like if the Department of Education actually had the power that people claim, then the Department of Education could mandate it. But because the GOP continually strips power, strips funding, these organizations that we have built that were capable of doing these things are now incapable because not only do they not have employees, they don't have funding, but we've given too much power to states when it comes to education. Way too much power. And here's what I mean by that. A child can only learn for so many hours a day. The data is there. The science is there. School is not supposed to be a fucking job. Right?
We're going to get into that. That's a good segue. That's a good segue. Let me just summarize this section right here again. Transforming U.S. education doesn't require copying Finland. That's not my suggestion. I'm saying that there's a model. The reason that Finland always scores, Finland, Denmark, Scandinavian countries in general, the reason that they score so highly every year is one of the reasons that I'm using this as a potential aspirational target. It's not a matter of copying. It's just a matter of identifying what works. Transforming U.S. education doesn't require copying Finland, but adopting its values, equity, trust, professional respect, student-centered learning. With policy commitments, strategic investment, and political will, a roadmap like this can elevate American education to world-class standards. Now, to your point, the segue is I want to get into this school day because I think this is what it comes down to. What is it that they are doing on the ground every day? Typical school day in Finland is intentionally designed to be low-stress, balanced, and child-centered, focusing on deep learning, well-being, and creativity rather than test performances or excessive instruction time. Here's the breakdown. It typically starts between 8:30 and 9 a.m. every day. Earlier in the U.S., my daughter's first class starts at 7:50 a.m. I'm not sure what that's like in other places, but that seems to be the average. Usually around 8 o'clock. Students ease into the day with a relaxed, welcoming environment. It's not like you have to run to your homeroom or to your TA or whatever. This is a typical day. I compared this. I found 5 examples, and they all said the same thing, so I gave you the average. First lesson, usually math or reading in the morning. You'll be happy to know that, Obi. 8:30 to 9:15. 9:15 to 9:30, you get a 15-minute break. Second lesson, 9:30 to 10:15. Third lesson, 10:15 to 11. Lunch, a free hot meal. 45-minute lunch break. My kids' school, we had to go and argue when my son was a freshman. We had to argue them extending the lunch period from 15 minutes to 25 minutes. Some kids were in line getting their lunch when the bell went off to go back to class. And there was this massive push from a lot of people. Your boy was part of that, I must say, because expectation is you got 15 minutes to go from your last class to your locker to drop off your backpack, get in line, eat, get back to your locker to grab your bag, and then get to your next class. Wasn't happening. Not at all. They get 45 minutes. It's a free hot lunch. Fourth lesson from 11:45 to 12:30, 12:30 to 12:45, another break, outdoor time. Fifth lesson from 12:45 to 1:30. Fifth lesson may include art, music, but it's daily, 1:30 to 2 o'clock, optional activity time, and then they're gone. The total instruction time is 4 to 5 hours a day with 3 15-minute breaks every 45 minutes and a 45-minute lunch break. Is anybody opposed to that? Would anybody, I mean, we could ask kids, I'm sure they'd love it, but would anybody be opposed to that? We can't say, well, they're not getting enough instruction time. Yes, they are, because they're killing it on their testing every single year. You can't say, well, there's too much free time. No, there's not. School day starts later, ends earlier. They are focused on the things that are important. Every single day, they're getting music and or art or PE, but every single day they're getting it. 45 minutes to eat, no homework. Any issues with that, Obi?
No. As a matter of fact, I was trying to think back to high school, and then I had nightmares remembering I had to learn how to use an abacus. So there's that trauma.
Hieroglyphics class was right after lunch.
I think at my high school, we probably had 45 minutes with 5 minutes on either side for locker travel, right? But we also started early. I think first class, the first bell, if you had like an extra class or an AP class, was like at 7:30. And then I think last bell was like 2:45. So that was a pretty damn long day. So I think that's why they threw the longer lunch in. But here's what's really fucking crazy about that, right? Let's just think about this for a second. Most likely, the building was built inefficiently to allow children to get through a line in a timely manner to sit and actually be able to properly eat a meal. Let's start with that. So you build schools that look more like industrial complexes, therefore treating school more like work, because we are not building tomorrow's innovators.
Nope.
We are building the next working cycle, right? So like they're like, here's the thing, and you get this, right? The term resources, when you start to refer to human beings as resources, I'm going to need extra resources on this project, right, Scout?
Exactly,
it's
Scout.
like no, don't refer to people as resources, right? And FTE, don't call someone a full-time employee, right?
Hate that.
Because that, like, students want to achieve this because this is what they're taught in school, right?
Exactly.
It's like, you have to learn this so that you can get a job. No, you have to learn this so that you understand how to fucking think. This should have nothing to do with what it is you're going to do for a living. That's what the university systems are for.
So these are the key features within their system. Frequent breaks, student go outside, even in cold weather, improves focus, behavior, and physical health. Free lunch, nutritious, hot meals provided to students daily, no questions asked, part of the national education commitment. The country said, we're going to prioritize this. We're going to guarantee. Wow, so radical that they're going to guarantee that their students get to eat. So radical. Small class sizes, no more than 20 students per class, often fewer, more individual attention and peer interaction. Again, peers teaching, say it with me, friends, empathy. Flexible curriculum. What? Teachers adapt lessons to student interests and pace. Teachers are not forced to teach to the test based on standards. They are there to teach what they've been trained to do. The ability for teachers to recognize individual learning behaviors and habits from each student in their classroom, and then they tailor their growth and their progress status to that individual. How empowering would that be for a teacher? And then project-based, more individual attention, flexible curriculum. Teachers adapt lessons to a student interest and pace. Project-based interdisciplinary learning is common. Minimal homework. In early grades, 25 to 30 minutes per night at most. Encourages after-school time for family, rest, and play. And then no standardized testing. Assessments are formative and personalized. They focus on growth, not ranking. The only standardized test you take is when you graduate high school. That's it. How empowering. And then after school, students often attend afternoon clubs or recreational activities. There's no heavy pressure for tutoring or test prep. Homework is very light and manageable. And then why it works, okay? This is the summary. School day length, 4 to 5 hours tops with generous breaks. Class environment, relaxed, respectful, low stress. They also don't have to worry about active shooter drills. Different conversation. Curriculum style. Yeah. Deep learning over memorization. We're not teaching to the test. We're teaching people how to learn, which promotes the ability to critically think. Students get challenged. I used to want to get challenged by my teachers, right? I was fortunate to be raised by a teacher, so I got conditioned early on. Testing, rare, no high-stakes exams, and then student well-being, central to every part of the school day. Again, radical? Is it? It's not. Here's the side-by-side. This is where it gets scary. And this is I think everything we've talked about so far, I think boils down to this. Typical school day in Finland compared to a typical school day in the US. Again, typical. We're talking generalized, all right? Start time in Finland between 8:30 and 9. In the US, it's usually between 7 and 8. Total instruction time, 4 to 5 hours a day in Finland, between 6 and 7.5 hours a day in the US. Breaks, 15 minutes every 45 minutes of class in Finland. 1 to 2 breaks, if possible, plus lunch. Recess may be shortened or skipped in the US. Lunch, free hot meals for all students, no questions asked. Not free, often not free, and then it varies in quality and access in the US. Again, I'm not attempting to diminish the US system here, although yes, it deserves criticism, but this is just what it is, right? These are the facts. Class size, no more than 20 students. In the US, it's 24 to 30 plus students, often larger in urban schools. Teaching style in Finland is collaborative, discussion-based. In the US, it's often lectured, style-based or standardized instruction, speaking to, right? Not addressing the needs of the individual. Homework, minimal, no more than 30 minutes. 1 to 3 hours per night is average in the U.S. Testing, no standardized tests until age of 16 or later when you graduate high school. Frequent, oftentimes quarterly in the U.S. And then after school, encourage play clubs and family time, and then usually sport, tutoring, homework, or sometimes jobs in the U.S. Well, those are choices. Okay, and that's I'm not diminishing after school. You can do each his own, but I'm talking about what's promoted. And then the educational philosophy. In Finland, the focus is equity, well-being, and deep learning. In the U.S., it seems to be about achievement, standards, and competition. In Finland, curriculum control is local autonomy with national guidelines. In the U.S., it's state-local control with national pressure for standardization. Teacher role in Finland, trusted professionals with high autonomy. U.S., often limited by rigid standards and testing. Student experience in Finland would be relaxed, inclusive, curiosity-driven, again, promoting empathy and critical thinking. In the U.S., student expectation and their experience is pressurized, performance-driven. And then the special needs approach in Finland, integrated into general classrooms, no stigmatization, and then often tracked or separated in U.S. schools. We can look at the comparisons. This is just to wrap it up here. Finland achieves higher test results, higher graduation rate, lower poverty rate, higher teacher retention, and a higher happiness wellness index. There's no argument against it, friends, for an education system like this. Don't miss me with the argument our country's too big. No, our country does not prioritize kids. Don't tell me that we can't afford to do it. We can spend $134 million sending the U.S. Marines to the streets of L.A. We can afford it. Short, focused school day with breaks, low student stress, equal opportunity and whole child development, and high equity and achievement. Why would anybody be opposed to any of that? I just landed my plane. Thank you.
So I'll give you.
I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Why we aren't fucking demanding this shit. I have been preaching this. You know me for pushing 3 years now. I've been preaching this for decades. To what you said earlier about the low bar.
Yeah.
Did anything that I'm not talking about, things that are so fucking radical here. We're talking about things that we should just easily be able to expect if the prioritization wasn't money, capitalism, and the billionaire class in our country. It wouldn't be that hard to say, let's truly prioritize public health and education. Right?
Yeah.
And we just don't do it.
We don't. And listen, what are the main drivers against education? Fundamental forms of Christianity are against education because they want the Bible taught. They want their version of
YT supremacy too. I'd say YT supremacy.
Right, YT supremacy, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What are other contributing factors that are systemic, right? Over-policing, food deserts, lack of funding for school districts, right? No affordable, Scout, stop it. No affordable health care, right? No food at these public schools that aren't funded, right? Have you seen those stories where parents have had to pool money together to pay for people's children to have money put in their account, and some were arrested and sent to court and had a fucking court date because they put food money into children's accounts at the school.
That's right.
And there have been lunch ladies that have been arrested and fired for giving food that at the end of the day is going to get thrown out anyway.
Correct.
This is the problem.
There was a story of a school lunch lady for a kid that would show up and never had money in his account. So she would just give him free lunch every single day. She didn't want the kid to be embarrassed. She didn't want the kid to feel stigmatized, and she wanted the kid to eat. And she lost her job because she did that. She lost her job because she wanted to make sure. I can't even believe I have to say this. She lost her job because she wanted to make sure a kid got to eat. Like, got to eat. What the fuck? Who the fuck are we? Who are we? It's one thing for the world to look at us and say, you guys elected a malignant narcissist twice. It's another for the world to look at us and say, you don't give a fuck about your kids. Yep. The fuck is wrong with you all?
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
You want the 10 commandments in school, Texas, but you don't want to abide by all of the commandments. By the way, there's 613, not just 10, for those who don't know how to count.
Spoken like a good Jew. You go, you. You
don't get to pick and choose which parts of our books you get to claim as yours, while the person you worshipped is ours, not yours.
Exactly.
Even though we don't claim him, right?
Hey, Char, are you there? I had to mute you because you had some background noise. I'm not sure if you're still with us, Char. Are you have you left the live? Are you there? It looks like you might have timed out. If you want to request again, friend, you can. Bring it right back.
I've gotten a phone call too, right?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Just as I kicked her, she came back. You can request again. I know. Just as I kicked you, you came back to the live. If you want to request again, I'll bring it right back up. And on Char's point, I know that she's in the trades. They also support trade education as well. Same thing. Sorry, Char. They support trade education as well. So it's the holistic approach. It's the individual. Again, it's the prioritization. What do we want as a society? And this is where when I say this with 10 toes, conservatives are the problem. They always have been. Conservative Republicans, conservative Democrats, conservatives are the problem. You look to create problems that don't exist, and then you don't address problems that do. The problem in our society is that we don't prioritize the things that we should. You think that immigrants are the problem. You think that the radical leftists, people exercising their constitutional rights on college campuses or on the streets of LA, you think that's the problem. You don't. They aren't, I should say. They aren't. Like, what the fuck is the matter with you people? There's not, again, make an argument to me that counters the positive effects socially and economically on universal health care, and find a better solution, find an education solution that would be better than what we have that you would agree with. The answer is you can't and you won't. You cannot make an argument against universal health care. It costs us less money. We would be better as a society. We'd cut out the middleman, all this bullshit. You won't do it because you've been conditioned by your cult to say it's communist or it's socialist or it's radical. You'll run the list. You'll call it Marxist, fascist, communist, dictatorship, autocratic, because you don't know what any of those fucking words mean. You don't even know what cat means, for that matter. Who am I kidding? Because, you know why? Because ignorance is convenient, but it's no excuse. Stop being dumb. That's going to be my new bumper sticker. Stop being dumb. There's your 3-word campaign statement, everybody. Stop being dumb.
Yeah.
I don't, listen, we can call it a low bar, right? We can call it a low bar. But is there anything, I know you and I know our wife, there's nothing that you wouldn't do for your kid. Like I always tell my kids, I will do anything for you. I won't do everything for you. There's a difference. I think most parents know what that means, right?
Yeah.
We as a society have just decided that our children, this is the collective, right? As our society, we have decided that our children are not important to us. We don't care about their health and safety in school. We do not vote for legislation to get firearm reform. We're not willing to do whatever it takes to protect them. We don't want to invest in their education. We don't want to make sure that they have access to food. Again, I'll say it again. Food. People in this country, elected officials in this country right now are lying to you. They are attempting to justify a tax cut for billionaires at the expense of 41 million people who receive SNAP benefits. Food. Don't give me your pro-life bullshit argument. Don't give me that. You do not care about children. You don't. You don't care. You care about rhetoric. You care that someone told you that boys in girls sports is something that you should worry about. You don't give a shit. You don't understand. You're too dumb. So stop being dumb. Stop using ignorance as an excuse. I know it's convenient for you. Children are going hungry in our country because you want to sniff the taint of an orange-faced madman.
Ew.
Yeah. Ew. It's true. It's true. It is true. I don't know where this is going to go, but there's reporting that Josh Hawley, of all people, is now pushing his colleagues to vote for raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour and then have it gradually increase with inflation over the next 3 years. That's Bernie. Bernie has talked about how he and Josh Hawley have been working together on that particular issue.
Yep. He's getting ready
because, yeah, exactly. Getting ready to run for president.
I'm fine with that. I mean, listen, as critical thinkers, we have to be willing to applaud people when they wake up and smell the coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I don't think there's a politician in private that wouldn't admit the federal minimum wage is a problem.
Of course not.
In private. Publicly, they can't because of the orange weasel teats or whatever it is Uncle Rusty calls them.
Orange weasel teats.
Yeah, something else you said that I just really started thinking about this, right? And I'm sure somewhere there's a study, and I wrote it down, so I'm going to go look for it. Where there is issues with food and poverty, what are all of the downstream effects on that when it's not addressed? Right?
Exactly. It speaks to
that
so
list
many
must be
issues.
Exhausting.
Oh,
right?
Incredibly exhausting.
You know, nutrition, right? Like what happens to a child's development when they're not getting proper nutrition?
Stunted.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What is the reason, though? I would love an educator to come up here sometime who's not for everything you just said. I don't know if we'll find one within the folks that hang out here.
I know.
Like
I know.
why wouldn't you want to be required to have an advanced degree as a part of your continuing education journey as an educator?
Exactly. Why would that be so? I mean, again, I don't think anybody would. If you have the ability and the means and the access, especially if you live in a society where they support and promote higher education being free, then of course you would. If that becomes your requirement, if the requirement for teachers to have what we just discussed today about all these kinds of things, the only expectation that we have is that you need to get your master's degree. Okay. Before you can even finish the sentence, they're going to say, okay, no problem. You were just talking about how the whole minimum wage has become this issue because, people, first of all, people don't understand what the history of the minimum wage is. It goes back to Depression when unemployment rates in our country were 25, 30%. So the government stepped in to say, we need to provide a minimum wage for everyone. Doesn't matter whether it's a blue collar job, a white collar job, whether you work in the trades or not, to help you keep the lights on. So it was never about your profession. It was never about entry-level jobs. It was never about that. It was a minimum wage to keep families in their home, to keep the lights on, to keep the gas bill paid, to keep food on the table.
Yes.
That's where it came from. It's got nothing to do with this whole lie that conservatives have been telling you for years. Oh, it's just entry-level. No, it's not.
Well,
it's not.
Let's unpack that for a second. That's you.
Sure.
You've mentioned this before, and I keep forgetting to unpack this with you. Okay. That whole term sprang up in the 1980s when Ronald Reagan was trying everything he could do to disassemble collective bargaining and union rights. Because what he understood was that is where you start, right? You start planting these seeds, right? You get union members to go, yeah, I shouldn't have to pay dues to get all these things that my union protections allow me to have, right? And then what happened? The GOP is solely responsible. They are solely responsible for the overseas job movement.
Yep.
We moved all of manufacturing overseas because the Republicans wanted to give manufacturers tax breaks and money safe havens, right?
Yep.
So they did that. And then what happens when you don't have manufacturing? Well, the next largest sector after trades that are still here is going to be service, right? People want to go to a grocery store. People want to go to a fast food restaurant. People want to go to a movie theater. So then the GOP literally crafted the service sector, right? But then they started slipping in language because they're so good at messaging, right? Oh, well, this is an entry-level job. No, it's not. It's a job.
It's a job. Exactly.
It's a job. There's no There is no such thing as an entry-level job. It is simply a job.
A job. I think 2009 was the last time the federal minimum wage was raised to what it is now, which is $7.25. 2009,
right?
750. Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah.
So 750. From 16 years ago.
From 550.
Yeah.
To 750. So,
and I'm glad you brought that up. That's all part of the whole welfare queens argument and all those kinds of things. So the reason we discuss that is because, I don't know. Obviously, I think Josh Hawley is, I think it is 725 actually. Now I think about Obi, but anyway, it's a quarter. Doesn't make a difference.
Two bits.
I think Josh Hawley is prepping for a presidential run, quite frankly. So you want to come out with something like this to be able to try to attract more moderates who want to say this is crazy. But again, so that was doing, someone did some maths work on this, and they'd said if the federal minimum wage had tracked with inflation and GDP growth, the federal minimum wage would be like $22.50 an hour right now. And I know what people like TJ and others that were in the chat earlier are going to say, well, then all prices will go up. Well, prices are going up anyway, so your argument is bullshit. Your argument is bullshit. Gee, I'm sorry that people might have a living wage. Even $22 an hour, I think 25 is the number that they say, again, depending on where you live. So 25, what would that be, like $1,000 a week? So $50,000 a year, roughly speaking? It's not a lot of money in America.
So in the 60s, minimum wage was like $1.50 or $1.60, something like that. Because I was recently talking to my dad about this. So if you did adjust it for inflation, right, up to 2024, that does bring it pretty close to $15. A little bit short of that, so 14 and change. But think about that, right?
I know.
That's in nothing. California, the minimum wage is like $16.25. Right? That's the state minimum wage.
You can't live on that.
So our state has already outpaced that equation that you just brought up if wages had kept up with inflation. We've already recognized that at $16.25 or whatever, I know it's over $16.
Yeah.
It's not enough. And here's how I know it's not enough. In-N-Out Burger, which in Southern California is referred to as Mecca, which I don't know why. It's kind of a weird thing, but they refer to it as Mecca. Kids can start at $20 an hour. But you know what we're seeing more and more and more at In-N-Out Burger? Not just high school students. In the summer, yes, it's 100% high school students, right? But we're seeing people in their 20s and 30s working at In-N-Out Burger, because would you want to go work at an Amazon warehouse for $10 or $12 an hour, or flipping burgers at In-N-Out at 20? And if you're a full-time employee, 35 hours or more, you get fucking benefits.
Right. I mean, and this is part of the design by the right to try to justify their hatred. So they'll go after people, as we just discussed. They'll go after people. Welfare queens will say, "Well, it's an entry-level job." You're right. It's not an entry-level job. It's a job because the federal government has not moved the needle. It's now a job that people can't even afford to live on. So now, because the only people that a $7.25 an hour for a high school kid looking to earn some summer money is fine, but not for someone who's trying to pay the bills and feed their family. And then it gets worse. Then it goes on the other end. So this Republican congressman, this is Mike Collins from Georgia. This is some audio when he's talking about the other side, not the entry-level side, but the people who've already worked their whole lives and into their retirement. And this is what he had to say on this very, which should not be a controversial topic.
And you set it up to where...
Hold on. This guy's a freak.
And you set it up to where you can increase your revenue, and you do that by lowering taxes and making it more advantageous for people to work and to get off of Medicaid, get off of Social Security, get back into the workforce. Oh. And that decreases it on that side of the equation as well, on the mandatory side.
So senior citizens should just get off of Social Security so that we can afford tax breaks for the rich. Yeah, that makes perfect fucking sense. No issues at all with that. Hello, Erica.
Hello.
There you go. How's it going?
How are you?
We're good. How are you?
I'm radiant as always.
True.
I just wanted to comment on the minimum wage thing. So here we have a progressive minimum wage. People who are 18 to 20 years old get £10 an hour, which I guess is about $12.50-ish. There we go.
That was on a train that I was on when I was in the UK.
It was.
There you go.
People who are over the age of 20 get £12.51, which I guess is about $16-ish. And people who are under the age of 18 get £7.55. And I think the idea behind that is if you are 16 or 17, it's you having a job is probably pocket money for you to go out and do things. If you're 18, if you're between 18 and 20, you probably don't have a family to look after on that money. It might need to pay for your accommodation and bills, or it might be you're still a student. But once you hit the age of 21 plus, you're potentially having to use that money to for bills, family, all of those things. So
it's logical.
So ours is progressive based on age. It still is not enough.
No.
It's not enough money.
No,
it's not enough money to live on.
Well, actually, I think that's like you said, that's progressive, and I like the way that the delineation. Obviously, some people may graduate high school before the age of 18 or whatever that might be, but in general, I think you're right. Like it's the summer job, right, or whatever, or it's your after school job. My daughter works 3 nights a week and one every other Saturday. She works in food service. She works at a coffee shop and she works at a pizza place, right? And because she's a server, she doesn't get the minimum wage, but that's the whole tips thing. But I think that's logical, right? To say up to the age of 18, it's this. Above the age of 18, it's that. Then that defeats the entire argument about being entry level. It's literally just, can you pay your fucking bills? And $15 an hour in the U.S. you can't pay your bills. Certainly not with $7.25 an hour, and even $23 an hour, which is what it should be based on the maths. But nope, can't get support. Sorry,
we also have no delineation between jobs that are regularly tipped and jobs that are not regularly tipped. So if you work in the food service, if you're a server, for example, in a restaurant, and you get tips, those are on top of that minimum wage. The minimum wage is not reduced because you get tips.
What did the bartender in Stony Stratford say about me?
You were the no. He said only Americans take their own glasses back to the bar.
Yes, and he thanked me for that.
Yeah.
So that's good. Remember, it was my détente. It was my détente trip, trying to repair relations between.
I do remember. Yeah. That was just before the lady said you were so nice. You must be Canadian.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Exactly. Yeah. She's like, "Are you from Canada?" I'm like, "No, I'm from the States." And she's like, "Oh, you're so nice. I thought you must have been Canadian." So it's just, I tried.
And I think people think that's not true. Servers in restaurants do regularly get tips. They don't. If a bar person would not regularly get a tip, a barista would not regularly get a tip. Specifically in restaurants, servers are regularly tipped, but the tips aren't huge because quite often the service is already included in the bill. There's a whole ton of reasons for that. But here, you tip if you get great service. If it's average, you don't tip.
Yeah, that's pretty normal. I mean, one of the things I really don't like now is when you go to most places and then you're given the option, right? They fold the screen over and it starts at 20%. It's like the tip starts at 20%. And I'm like, got to be honest. I mean, I'm a good tipper. I'm pretty generous, but all you did was take my order and push a button. sorry, I'm not going to tip you. But if you get good service, like if you're sitting down to eat, I'm a 25% tipper. I'm a good tipper. I always have been. But, who knows? But again,
Anyway.
what you're talking about, I think, is a good progressive idea. I like that solution to potentially a minimum wage kind of thing.
It also stops people saying, well, minimum wage jobs are entry level jobs and people should be graduating out of those jobs because
Right.
they're for a lot of people, they aren't entry level jobs. That their whole life will be spent on a minimum wage. And if the minimum wage doesn't go up, but their life circumstances change so that they have to pay for more stuff, that's problematic. But anyway, I have to helicopter home now.
Okay.
Have a lovely rest of your day, everybody.
You too. Bye, Erica.
Bye.
Ciao, ciao.
She just weed out. I wanted to ask her about that, but I'll reach out to her about that question. I was thinking about UK schools because I know we're in the same position. There's models that we can use. Listen, our entire conversation today and yesterday and this week, because like I said, the administration is doing what they're doing. We know that a lot of it is distraction, a lot of it is kerfuffle, a lot of it is, it is what it is, but we still have a society that we have to function in, and there will be a time in our history where we've moved past Mr. Trump, and as I've discussed before, maybe this is a strategy that, when you start to see the division between the Trump the Musk acolytes, the Peter Thiel billionaires, and the JD Vance team, and MAGA, and that divide, there may be enough of this kind of rhetoric that would support because they need cover. Republicans in Congress need cover to be able to support either articles of impeachment or the 25th Amendment. And if you start to see the poll numbers crash like they are, right, because they are crashing, and then you're seeing this, this just blatant disregards to the Constitution, and they sit there talking about waste, fraud, and abuse, and the president spending $100 million, $150 million to send ICE agents on the streets of LA, and the Marine Corps, then another $100 million for a parade in DC. They might finally start to see some cover to be able to initiate this idea, which I think, in my opinion, has been what they've wanted all along. They've just used Trump to get to the White House because of his ability to galvanize and motivate his base. Once he's there, they don't need him because he's incompetent. And then it becomes J.D. Vance. And then it becomes the true desire of the autocrats to flip the entire thing on its head, which is why we talk about these kinds of things. It's like demand change. You got to motivate your entitled leftists who didn't vote. You got to motivate them. You got to motivate those people who would support the things that we talked about today, who would support progressive approach to education, a progressive approach to healthcare. They would support all that shit. You just got to get them off of their entitled fucking asses and to the polls to vote. Thoughts on that, Obi?
No, but I do have something I would like to read to you.
Sure, go for it. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Yep. President Donald Trump signaled changes will be made to U.S. immigration down on immigrants hurts businesses. In quotes, our great farmers and people in the hotel and leisure businesses have been stating that our very aggressive policy on immigration hotel and leisure businesses have been stating that our very aggressive policy on immigration is taking very good. So I don't know what that means because, first of all, the way he writes is fucking atrocious. But then further down in this article, White House advisor Stephen Miller and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem recently ordered immigration officials to increase arrests to 3,000 a day with the goal of deporting more than 1 million people annually. So I don't know how we're going to square these two things. And I think it's rather interesting, right? Someone has clearly gotten into Donald's ear because now the farmers and the hotel and leisure businesses, interesting how he focuses on hotel and leisure businesses. Now he's getting yelled at by them because basically people are like, hey, you're fucking taking our workers away. So it'll be very interesting to see now what happens. The never ending pivoting and hypocrisy within this administration. Never. And did you hear me read that out loud?
I did not, but you can send it to me if you want.
Yeah, I just put it in the mod chat, the quote from the Bloomberg article. Basically, Donald Trump's like, oh, our farmers and hotel and leisure people have noted, right? This is just today. So it's like, okay, so you're literally in Los Angeles doing the thing you're being asked not to do.
Yeah. Of course.
In northern,
well, that makes so much sense.
You're in Northern California, or Central California, I should say, where all the farms are, and you're doing the things you're being asked not to do because you made a spurious claim that you cannot back up because no one let in 30 million people.
Yeah.
You know, here's what I asked Mega. Do you think there's a turnstile with a counter on it, and that's how you know the number?
Yeah, that's exactly what they think.
Right. They
talk about the gotaways. How would you know how many got away if they got away?
Yeah, when you were talking about states' rights and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I still haven't seen any of the 2A or states' rights people on any lives talking about all of the things they talked about prior to the election. It's almost
that's because tyranny tyranny only applies if it's a what about Biden? That's only when tyranny applies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah.
Just real quickly, so you got, I think her name is Desi Lydic. I'm not exactly sure how you pronounce her, but she's one of the correspondents on The Daily Show. Love her. She's fucking great. I just want to play some sound because it's really, really funny. I just like the way in which she breaks down. So there's some clips from Trump that you'll hear in this thing. So let's let her do her thing here. This is funny. I think you guys will laugh. This was her focus on the speech that he gave at Fort Bragg, which was a disaster. I couldn't possibly play all the sound from it, but I think this tells the story.
Kick things off with meme coin entrepreneur Donald Trump, who also moonlights as president of the United States. Yesterday, he went to Fort Bragg to give a speech to his favorite men in uniform who aren't in the Village People. He was there to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the Army, so of course he ended up discussing Joe Biden.
We had a grossly unfit president. And by the way, I've known this guy for a long time. He was never the sharpest bulb.
Can we just talk about?
Wait, hold on.
Remember?
Hold on. She'll address it. But what he said was he referred to Joe Biden as the sharpest bulb. He's getting his references a little bit screwy. So let's just get through this.
Sharpest bulb. What a wordsmith. See, most people would have gone with brightest bulb or sharpest tool, but Donald Trump took half of both and smushed them together. That is what makes him the cream of the litter.
The cream of the litter.
But again, Trump wasn't there to talk about Joe Biden. He was there to talk about America's proud military history. And that went great, too.
Recently, other countries celebrated the victory of World War I. France was celebrating, really. They were all celebrating. The only one that doesn't celebrate is the USA, and we're the ones that won the war. Without us, you'd all be speaking German right now. Maybe a little Japanese thrown in.
I know what you're thinking. Why would we be speaking Japanese when they were on our side in World War I? Well, I think it's because he said World War I, but what he meant was light bulb. But just for the record, I'd love to speak German and a little Japanese because that would help me understand like 95% of the porn I watch. Does anyone know what Eine kleine Megachode means? I don't, but I like it. But what got the most attention wasn't what Donald Trump said, but how much the troops enjoyed it.
President Trump's rally-style speech yesterday at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. He had active duty troops booing the media, booing his political opponents.
Do you think this crowd would have showed up for Biden? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. The fake news, ladies and gentlemen, look at them. Look at them all. Oh, what I have to put up with. Fake news. What I have to put up with in Los Angeles, the governor of California, the mayor of Los Angeles.
Oh, those boos are very upsetting. And not just because they remind me of my 5th grade talent show. And looking back, I probably shouldn't have performed the entirety of Eddie Murphy's Raw.
So first of all, the fact that they were booing, I think that's something that they should not be doing. It's supposed to be apolitical, not necessarily supporting a candidate or anybody. But anyway, that's a different conversation.
It's not a good look for the military. The military is supposed to be apolitical. That graphic is...
Yeah, again, to the point that she just made, supposed to be apolitical, not supposed to boo or pick a side.
I'm sorry. Oh, I gotta say, this is not a good look for the military. The military is supposed to be apolitical. They don't serve Democrats or Republicans. They protect all of us, even Jill Stein voters for some reason.
Seriously, it's
but
true.
Maybe the reason these troops seem so MAGA is because the non-Trumpers didn't want to be there.
According to military.com, memos from Fort Bragg reveal a tightly orchestrated effort to curate the optics of Trump's recent visit, including hand-picking soldiers for the audience based on political leanings. Other rules for troops appearing on camera included no fat soldiers.
Wow, that really sums up the 2 principles of Donald Trump, doesn't it? Number 1, total loyalty. Number 2, no fatties.
And you've got.
Yeah, that was nice, right? Can I just remind people that he was referencing World War I, and discussed the Empire of Japan, who was part of the Axis. That is true in World War II, but they were an ally in World War I.
Yeah, I mean,
so the commander-in-chief of the United States military, showing how pathetically fucking stupid he is. Yeah.
And by the way, we, the United States, did not win World War I.
Correct.
France.
Or 2, for that matter.
France, yeah, right. France, the United Kingdom, Russia,
right,
and Italy were the main military forces that worked together to beat Germany, Austria, and the fucking whatever Ottoman Empire.
Exactly. The Ottoman Empire, the Prussians, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Like, so
I know you know that. You know your history.
No.
Yeah.
And also, here's a question for you, Steve.
Yeah, buddy.
Why is it MAGA is so adverse to speaking more than one language? And let's face it. First of all, apologies to all persons who are British. We have butchered your language also. We don't even do that a good servicing. What is wrong with being able to speak another language?
Nothing.
I don't understand why he thought. First of all, that all the boos were fucking scripted. That was just so fucking trite.
I speak 14 additional languages, but I don't speak Greek.
Hey now,
So
I have seen you rock a toga though.
So ask me if I speak French.
Do you speak French?
No, that's Greek to me.
I'm gonna.
Okay, hold on.
Come.
Wait! I missed it. Damn it! Hold on. There you go. Okay, so a little bit more sound from our fearless leader. I think this is interesting. I'd never heard this before. I must admit, this is relatively new sound that I'd never heard from the mind of Donald Trump. He's being interviewed by this. It's called what is the name of this show? I had it here somewhere. It's the Pod Report or something like that. It's another sycophant who's interviewing him, giving him some time to stroke his ego. But this is fucking wild. He's having to do with his apparently musical acumen, of which I did not know even existed.
My father visited your son is brilliant at music. He'd be an incredible musician. This is not what my father wanted to hear. This was not the greatest thing. But I do have an ear for music. Yes. I mean, I've really, I think music has played a big role. I play great music. People like the music I play.
What?
But it was funny because my father would not have thought about music for me. But I do. I think I have an ear for music. They play a note, and like on a piano, and then I remember to this day.
Yeah.
And then they'd ask you other questions, and then they'd play notes later on, and they'd say, which is the note we played from 1 hour ago? And I'd get it right, I guess.
Wow.
But that was a long time ago. But
did you ever play an instrument?
I played, for very short periods of time, the flute. Would you believe
it? Did you like it?
I had flute lessons. It's the first person that's ever asked me that crazy question. Yeah, I had flute. Can you believe it? I could have been a flutist. And I didn't.
First of all, I was going to say, first of all, it would be flautist. And listen, if anybody can find a picture of the Donald playing the flute, that would break the internet.
Particularly like it. I don't know. It wasn't for me, but my mother had me with. I had an instructor come in to teach me how to play the flute. Can you believe that? Who would think?
I can't imagine it.
An unusual instrument.
You could maybe still do it.
I doubt it. I don't think so.
Okay.
He's so dumb.
Oh
my God, he's just so dumb.
Let's call out a couple things. So if you're playing the piano, yes, you are indeed hitting individual notes, but those notes make up chords. So you're not hearing individual notes, you fucking potato. You are hearing chord or chord progression because it repeats itself.
Correct.
So if you understood how to read music, which I now know he cannot and does not, holy shit. Could you imagine him if I was like, hey, can you read this bar? He'd be like, I'd be like, hey, what's the difference between a quarter note and a whole note?
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Even though he doesn't drink. This was the quote. I doubt it. I don't think so, because when you asked me if I played an instrument, I lied, and I said I played the flute. This is somebody doing their own interpretation. Not lying that he had tried to play the flute back then when he's a kid, given it or bought a flute. The lie is that he was so accomplished at playing the flute that a steady stream of experts thought he was a child protege. Next out of his mouth would have been something like, it was the greatest flute of all time, of any time. I know more about flute playing than anyone on earth.
Yeah, also,
I have this theory. I have this theory that he has like a 50-word vocabulary tops. Because he just regurgitates the same thing. Like there's the blank subject line. What are those things? Mad Libs? Right? That's what his vocabulary is like, right? He'll fill in the blank. Like, no one's ever talked about this, the greatest flautist ever, like nobody's ever seen before. Bigly, hugely, Mad Lib, replace China with flute, replace tariffs with flute, replace LA riots with flute.
Did you catch the slight homophobic microaggressions in that?
Did she say skin flute?
It was very well. That was me saying skin flute because I'm a fucking 5-year-old child. He was intonating, right, that he's so fucking manly. Can you believe I was playing the flute? Because you know how he gets into the whole of this whole sissy macho man type stuff, right? If you go back,
tell anybody.
First of all, anybody
in the shuffling madness,
anybody that can sing, stand on one fucking leg, and play the flute like that, my fucking hats are off to.
Dude, look at like pit sweat.
Steve, I have a question for you.
Yeah, buddy.
Are you Zen?
I am fucking Zen, Obi. Thank you for asking. Although a little less Zen than normally these days, but yes. Thank you for asking. Namaste. Namaste right here until noon as we finish our show this day.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Okay.
try the veal.
Try the veal. Try the veal. Okay, I'm bringing up. We have a couple of guest requests. A couple more things I want to play before we wrap today. But I appreciate you guys very much. Sustaining. How are you today? Sustaining a smile. We all could use that advice. Yeah. Unless she's timed out already. Maybe not. Okay. You can request again, friend, if you want to come up. Somebody else in the request box. Fuzzy Lumpkins. Hello, Kipper the dog. Good morning, Fuzzy. How are you today?
Oh, geez.
Fuzzy Lumpkin.
I didn't mean to request up.
Oh, it's all good. Something on your mind?
No, nothing on my mind. I'm just sitting here enjoying listening to you, Steve. Hope everything's going well for you, sir, in your life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Same
to you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Have a good day. Take care of yourself.
Bye-bye.
That's nice. That was nice. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
And then Anachronista. Good day. Twice in a row. How are you?
I'm not too bad, thanks. You?
Fine. What's on your mind?
I requested to come up just to further a little bit the conversation about minimum wage in the UK and the progression scale. I think it all depends on your upbringing and your family situation, because somebody like me that was homeless at 16, you have the exact same outgoings as somebody that's 21, but you don't receive the same pay scale and for another 6-7 years. So it can be really hard on young people here, and I think it is part of what is contributing Gen Z's rise in Reform UK. I think, Reform UK, for those that don't know, is basically our Trump MAGA party. I think it's a great idea in theory.
Anachronista, real quick. Somebody just asked a quick question. Love Only, you asked about the merch store. If you go to FactsStillMatter.site or the Facts HQ button, which is in the link tree, that's where you'll find it. Sorry about that, Anachronista. Go ahead. You can continue.
And the shirts are so comfortable. I highly recommend you order one.
There you go. Thank you.
So, yeah, I think it's because your age doesn't really technically equate to how much your outgoings are. And whilst I understand that, yes, in theory, somebody over 21 should have more outgoings, that is assuming that they have gone through college and university and done all of those life stages that some of us don't have the privilege of doing.
It's a fair point.
And whilst I may sound like I'm from the posh part of the country, that's just because I was threatened with TV bans if I didn't speak properly. So I'm really not.
That's funny.
Working class, had to fend for myself way earlier than I should have done. It's a complicated thing. How do you draw the line? Do you make it equal to all across the board? In that case, you would have to raise wages for younger people, which is not going to be popular with big businesses. So I think this is a government trade-off, or rather a cop-out, to appease employers that don't want to pay more.
I completely agree. It's protecting corporate interests, which is what we become. I always appreciate your brain, friend. Thanks for jumping in today. It's good to talk to you.
You're welcome. My pleasure. Thank you.
Talk to you later. All right, bye. It's a great point, right? Use every argument to diminish people so that corporations can justify squirreling away profits. Guys, I want you to know, this is really, really important. I want you to know that Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, is looking out for you, because he said he's warning the country that if Democrats take back the House in the midterms, then Trump's presidency will effectively end after only 2 years. Mike, do not threaten me with a good time, my guy. But I appreciate the warning. So again, don't threaten me with a good time. as a reminder, warning Democrats, warning the country that if Democrats take back the House in the midterms, then Trump's presidency will effectively end after only 2 years. Like I said, don't threaten me with a good time.
Also,
all right, I gotta. Guys, go ahead.
Stuff might actually get done.
You never know. We saw that the last time. I played Christie. I played that. I talked about that one. Talked about this one. Okay, this is from Doug Collins. So Doug Collins is the VA secretary. Doug Collins is the sound I played earlier, basically telling Meemaw and Peepaw that they should get off of their Social Security checks and go back to work. Because, this is his statement since he is the Secretary of Veteran Affairs. We at the Department of Veterans Affairs are proud to have opened 10 new healthcare facilities during the second Trump administration. Amy McGrath from Kentucky, who ran in opposition, a veteran, ran to replace Mr. McConnell when he ran for Senate a couple years ago. She may run again. She's been very, very active and very, very vocal. She responded to that saying, all of these were planned during the Biden administration, my guy. You have fired almost 2,000 workers so far with plans to cut 86,000 more. Get real, Doug. I like that. This is what we don't get enough of. Sadly, it only happens in viral spaces like X, and places like that. You don't see enough coverage, and that goes back to what I talked about earlier about how the legacy media is a joke. We've always known it. I want to make sure I'm very clear about delineation. I believe in competent journalism. I want to support people who are out there who are actual journalists who are doing these kinds of things. It's a sensationalization and the marketing and the packaging when you see chyrons across the bottom of the like again we talked earlier about how Fox will talk about how there are thugs, there are criminals, they'll use a video of a car burning and they'll think that it's the end of the world, Armageddon, and then they will promote that and the chyrons will say such. Thugs and criminals take over beautiful LA. The left will use deployment and on the ready, basically saying that the U.S. Marine Corps is marching down Sunset Boulevard, kicking people in the teeth. Both, in those examples, both sides are completely lying to you in an attempt to get ratings, to get your eyeballs. So that's why we talk about what the truth is. The fact that the president is violating the law by federalizing the National Guard. Again, we can't refer to them as the National Guard, I believe, because of Title X, because they now would be technically a U.S. Army. And because of that distinction, they cannot be involved in law enforcement. So that is the truth. The truth is also from the LAPD, and I'm going to play you the sound from the chief of police from the LA Police Department, because he addressed some of the bullshit that was going on. So this is what the LA, don't forget, the president had cited the Los Angeles Police Department chief of police as to why it was justified to call in the National Guard. So here's the chief of police, Jim McDonald.
I want to play you something that the president had to say. There's been a question over, bypassing the governor to bring in the National Guard. That's a whole lawsuit that we're going to ask the Attorney General about later. But something that the president said about you, sir, and what you have said about this situation, I'd like for you to listen to that right now.
If we weren't there, if we didn't bring in the National Guard and the Marines, you would probably have a city that was burning to the ground, just like it was a number of months ago with the housing. You would have had a big problem there. We weren't there. In fact, the police chief said so much. If you look at what his statement is, where he said, we're very lucky to have had them. If we weren't there, that city would have been burning to the ground, would be burning right now.
Is that how you would characterize your statement, sir?
No, we were not in a position to request the National Guard. We have a protocol that we work up through. First, we bring in all internal resources to bear on the issue, whatever it is. Then we mobilize the department or part of the department to be able to get everybody out there dealing with the issue. If we don't have the capacity at that point to be able to do that, then through the sheriff, we request mutual aid, and we get our law enforcement partners from police departments and sheriff's department throughout the Southern California region to assist us in doing what it is we need to do. We're at that level now, and we're nowhere near a level where we would be reaching out to the governor for National Guard at this stage. And my hope is that things are going in the right direction now and that we wouldn't have had to have done that, or we won't either.
And this is the vice that the right finds himself in now, right? Because the same party that we know, of course, uses the rhetoric to say that because they support the blue, right? That they believe law enforcement, they want to support law enforcement. I've seen people on the right in TikTok spaces and elsewhere saying that that guy right there is lying. That what Trump is telling you is the truth. Trump is saying that, oh yeah, the LA police department supported what we did, and he called it, and we wanted, and the chief of police is like, nope. Didn't come anywhere close to that. Not even close. And the right, because you guys have been conditioned, because you're in a cult, are now saying that law enforcement that you claim to support, that you don't, that you claim to believe in and trust, that you don't, you Blue Lives Matter fucking hypocrites who don't give a shit about law. You don't care about law and order unless brown people's necks are being stood on. That's when you care. So now you're going to say that this guy is lying. You want to identify him as a radical leftist. How do you know? He's doing his fucking job. I'm not a huge fan of law enforcement as it is. That's for sure. Because the system, much like it's all men until it's no men, it's all cops until it's no cops. Let's be real.
Yep.
Two things can be true. Okay? You can have the LA Police Department official saying, nope, that's not what happened at all. And you can also be critical of the institution. That's what this is. This is called critical thinking, where you hold people accountable for their actions in a system that does not promote transparency. So who do you want to believe? Do you want to believe the pathological liar, or do you want to believe the cop who's on the ground saying, oh, no, that didn't happen. Sorry. It just didn't happen that way. Not even close. I know, and I know you and I talked about this briefly. It's all Vermonters till it's no Vermonters. That's true. That is true. That is true. It's all Vermonters until it's no Vermonters. End of the day, though, that's a very good thing. Yes. Thoughts on the words from the LA Police Department chief? Obi?
Well, so I've been having conversations with people that we've been fortunate to help give us training, right? And most of them are retired Leos or, retired military folks, and some active duty guys from Camp Pendleton. And what we've learned is they know my stance, right? I'm like, I'm not going to like or respect you until you clean your house. That's all I'm asking, right? And it's really interesting that you can have these very thoughtful conversations with them, right? Because they know, right? But like the GOP, the police unions are mostly right to far right leaning institutions, and they also have messaging, right? And so they operate similarly. This is why I find it very interesting that Trump is basically going out against a very large voting bloc. By and large, most unionized police workforces, which I would probably safely guess is the vast majority in the United States, right, are huge supporters of the GOP and always have been, unlike their brothers and sisters in labor unions who have tended to be, by and large, not fans of the GOP, right?
Good point.
And here he is coming in and basically stepping on this guy's Johnson and saying, hey, you don't know what you're doing. And I think this is why they're starting to get pissed off, right? They're like, we're the fucking LAPD. Have you not seen shit that we do? Most of it's horrible, by the way, when it comes to policing crowds, right? But there's no one backing him up. And he keeps going down this road. It's like, oh my God, LA is burning. By the way, for those of you who don't live here or in Vermont, Steve and I are both sorry that you can't. We're all full now, so we're no longer accepting applications. It is literally a total of 6.5 blocks of downtown LA that people are milling about smartly during the day, and being a little less mischievous at night because of the curfew, right? and that the mayor Mayor Bass imposed the curfew, and it's helping the stuff at night, which is good because that's where the opportunists mostly show up is the stuff that happens at night. But what we're not seeing is a reduction in the people that are marching. So actually, President Trump, nothing you're doing is working. But as we expand eastward, or to the right coast, as my East Coast brothers and sisters like to say, we are seeing an expansion of the movement, right? What started in San Diego, then moved to LA, then moved to San Francisco, then moved to Seattle, is now sweeping across the entire United States. And it's all unified against one thing. Stop
fascism.
Simply being a fascist. Stop being a bigot and a racist with your policies. And everyone is starting to come together. I still don't see and have not heard a single apology from our litmus test members of the progressive world that refused to vote for the most qualified presidential candidate in United States history, because
I wouldn't call them progressive. Leftists. Let's separate though. Leftists, not progressive.
Yeah,
leftists.
Okay.
Yep. Chris A6, I love you for being here every single day, but you can't put Vermont and New Hampshire in the same sentence.
Whoa.
Vermont is the nicer New Hampshire. That I appreciate the sentiment, but don't forget, I'm the one that wants to build the bridge directly over the libertarian hellscape that is New Hampshire, directly to Maine. So like I said, I appreciate you very, very much, and I'll let this one pass. But that's your only get out of Steve's line of sight gift card for the day. Glad we'll clear that up. A couple of little things here that I want to play here. This is relevant. So, by the way, we haven't talked about Greenland in a while.
What happened?
It's funny. So, this is reporting from the London Economic. Greenland humiliates Trump by agreeing with a lucrative minerals deal with Europe. Interesting. Greenland has signed a lucrative minerals deal granting a Danish-French consortium a 30-year license to mine anorthosite, which is key to the production of aluminum. Greenland shuns Trump. This comes after months of Trump calling for Greenland to be acquired by the U.S., claiming the autonomous Danish territory is crucial to America's national security. Greenland's mineral resource minister Naja Nathanielson said negotiations with the EU are smoother and quicker, adding that all the U.S. talk had yet to result in any concrete action from them. Shocker. Quote, right now, all the U.S. fuss has not resulted in an increased appetite for investment directly in Greenland. We have welcomed a number of investors, but we have not yet seen any concrete example of American funds being injected into Greenland's business community. There is no doubt that the dialogue with both the EU and Denmark is going much smoother. This is not only the result of the noise made by the U.S. administration, but also the result of several years of intensified cooperation. Many couldn't help but enjoy how Greenland had told Trump where to go in a humiliating blow for the president. Greenland signs lucrative minerals deal with Europe. All over various social spaces. Greenland tells Trump to go fuck himself. Love this for him. That's another quote. Greenland chooses allies, not buyers or bigots. Greenland told Trump to fuck off, and I'm probably a little too gleeful about it, said one person. Then that leads to, and mods, I found this too. Let me play this first. Pete Hegseth was being grilled because all cabinet secretaries, this is the time of the year as you're working through the fiscal year, where all cabinet secretaries are to appear before Congress because we do still have what's referred to as oversight. Each government agency cabinet head has got to respond to requests from Congress to come and appear and talk about the process. So I'm going to play this sound. This is with Jack Reed, who's an Army vet. Questioned Pete Hegseth repeatedly. I like Jack Reed a lot. Obviously, he's a moderate Democrat, but I just like the way he approaches these kinds of things. So this is Pete Hegseth attempting to answer questions posed by Army veteran Jack Reed.
That's what you talk about all the time. Readiness and training and accountability is all part of lethality. No, that's right, training. The more ready you are, the more capable you are, the more accountable you are, the higher your standards are. It all makes you more lethal. So the mission in Los Angeles as you know well, sir, is not about lethality. It's about maintaining law and order on behalf of law enforcement agents who deserve to do their job without being attacked by mobs of people. And so we're very proud that the National Guard and the Marines are on the streets defending the ICE agents, and they will continue.
United States. Civil enforcement, law enforcement authorities, not the U.S. military. And
there's plenty of precedent for the U.S. military supporting law enforcement officers.
What your military is doing right now is laying concertina wire, guarding buildings, maintaining vehicles for other services. This is not only, I think, illegal, but also a diminution of the readiness and the focus of the military.
Love that. Calling it what it is. And then as he continues his rounds to appear before Congress, as we were just talking about Greenland, Mike Turner, who is Mike Turner is a Trumper. He's a MAGA guy, although he's been a little bit of a thorn in the side of the administration over the years, is literally trying to help Pete Hegseth out in this conversation back and forth. This is crazy. This shows you how fucking incompetent Pete Hegseth is.
Lawyer here, I just want to help you out. People try to twist your words. You are not confirming in your testimony today that at the Pentagon there are plans for invading or taking by force Greenland, correct? That is not your testimony today.
All my testimony is that
Pentagon for taking by force or invading Greenland, correct? Because I'm sure as hell
he's trying to help him.
It is not your testimony.
We look forward to working with Greenland to ensure that it is secured from any potential threats.
Excellent.
Are you fucking kidding me? He literally tried to help him out. Like, dude, I'm gonna. It's a wink. It's like, you're playing cards across the table and you wink at your partner. You don't want to take this ace that I'm about to give you. You don't want to tell people on the congressional record that you have plans to invade Greenland. Do you? Do you? And he did it anyway. And he fucking did it anyway. Like, incompetent. He is so pathetically incompetent. It is an absolute embarrassment. Yeah, right. Newshound. Just say no. Couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
So here's Senator and U.S. Army Major retired Jack Reed, who has a who graduated from the U.S. Academy for the Army, right? So he graduated from West Point. He has a master's in public policy and a JD from Harvard. So the guy's got some pretty fucking elite education, right? Yeah. They also have the same rank, right? So they don't outrank each other except intellectually. One is an adult and one is a child. I love how the Secretary of Defense was trying to explain to a lawyer.
I know.
Civil law. Like,
I know.
Just the irony of that alone, right? But I did. You will notice that Hegseth is very specific about one thing, and this is the only tiny one single grain of sand of credit I give to him. When somebody was in the military, he will always address them, only men, of course, because, his position on women.
Right.
All the men who have ever served in the military that he speaks to in the Senate or Congress, he only calls them sir. It's very interesting, right?
That's
so
true.
You can see his whole like, he hates having to be subservient to anyone.
He does.
Right.
I just think yeah, go ahead.
I just find it funny, right? That I get it. You were bullied in school, right? You most likely did a lot of testosterone or human growth hormones to get jacked while you were in the military because they weren't testing for it. And you became a Christian nationalist because you were bullied as a child.
Uh-huh.
Like, I get it, right? I see it. But no one in law enforcement is calling your phone. No one is calling you at 3 a.m. He has this. He he reminds me of everybody that has all these hero fantasies, right? Like he literally thinks he's parachuting in to fucking D-Day, right?
He does.
It's like, dude, this is not Call of Duty.
I want you guys to listen to this again, because Mike Turner is desperately trying to help him out. He does it twice. Just listen to this again.
Lawyer here, I just want to help you out because people try to twist your words. You are not confirming in your testimony today that at the Pentagon there are plans for invading or taking by force Greenland, correct? That is not your testimony today.
Correct.
All my testimony is that the Pentagon has plans for any number of contingencies.
It is not your testimony today that there are plans at the Pentagon for taking by force or invading Greenland, correct?
Correct.
Because I'm sure as hell hope that it is not your testimony.
We look forward to working with Greenland to ensure that it is secured from any potential threats.
Oh my
Excellent.
God. That is just pathetic. He literally gave him 2 opportunities to squirrel out of it. Correct? This is where you say, correct, Congressman. What? Oh, he is so pathetic. He is quite possibly, he's the worst. He is the worst.
When you have to have someone who is a Trumper help you out like that, and you don't have the cognitive ability to understand that he's dialed a friend, he's throwing you a lifeline. He's got extra lifeguards in the pool. He's literally giving you every single thing you need to get out of this. But you're so hell-bent on being a Christo-fascist and a macho man that all you could do is double down because you're a fucking potato.
Yep. So in what we just learned in the past few minutes is that Greenland is like, fuck you to the Trump administration. We're going to sign a 30-year mineral deal with the EU. So basically, you all this kerfuffle. So now, do you still want to talk about a relationship with? Because now you said it was national security. It wasn't. It was for your economic interests. We know that. So now you've been shut out because we just signed a 30-year deal with the EU. Now, I'm going to put the ball on the tee for you, Pete. Now I know it might be difficult because it's cocktail hour, and I would say look at the ball that's in the middle. You might see 3. So look at the one that's in the middle. I'm going to put the ball on the tee for you. I'm going to give you an easy softball question just to tell people that's in your plans. All you got to do is say, correct, Congressman. Pete, why couldn't you do that? Pete. So Pod Force One was this podcast that I played sound from you earlier when Donald Trump was talking about his skills as a flutist. So this is part of the same interview. Podcast or Pod Force One. It's from the New York Post and their podcast. So this is a question as to why Mr. Trump says his second term is different than his first.
And I'm able to do things now that I wouldn't have been able to do because the previous president and presidency was so bad that anybody looks good.
In an interview with the New York Post's Pod Force One, President Donald Trump explained how he is approaching his second term differently.
Well, as an example, I can be stronger on an attack on Los Angeles.
Yes.
Can you?
Okay? I think bringing the National Guard 4 years ago or 8 years ago would have been more difficult.
Trump also said he told Governor Gavin Newsom he planned to deploy National Guard troops before activating them in California.
Lie.
I mean, the phone call was to deploy the troops. It was late at night.
It was not.
Your city's burning down. Your state is in bad trouble.
Yep.
You got to get the troops. Why would I call him at that time?
When asked if he would arrest Newsom, Trump said,
well, he's not doing a good job. Arrest, what does that mean? He's not doing a good job.
Charge him?
Well, in theory, you could, I guess. It's almost like a dissipation of duty.
Oh, a dissipation of duties? Well, I think the word he was looking for would be a dereliction of duties, but not a dissipation. So this is the question for you guys to ask yourself. Who do you want to believe? Be objective. Do you want to believe the pathological liar who said that he had a conversation with Gavin Newsom and that Newsom requested the National Guard? Or do you want to believe Gavin Newsom said that conversation never happened? We never talked about the Guard. He's a fucking liar. So on Truth Social, this was a few hours ago. All right, hold on. I got to do this. I know. I get it.
Set up the voice.
Got to set up the voice. Where is it?
Los Angeles was safe and sound for the last 2 nights. Our great National Guard, with a little help from the Marines, put the LA police in a position to effectively do their job. They all worked well together. But without the military, Los Angeles would be a crime scene like we've never seen before. Governor Gavin Newsom had totally lost control of the situation. He should be saying, "Thank you," in all caps, for saving his ass, instead of trying to justify his mistakes and incompetence.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever.
Yeah, I noticed how he does mention that actually what's had the largest impact is the curfew.
I know. Imposed by Mayor Bass.
Yes.
By the way.
Yes,
Yeah.
but as we know, being a woman of color, Trump can't see her.
Of course not.
Or hear her.
So Rand Paul has been, I will say this about Rand Paul. He's very consistent. He's been talking about wanting to control the debt. He's been talking about does not like the fact that he's called out the Trump administration in the past for their excess spending. He's been very critical of that kind of stuff. There's consistency. That's all I'm ever asking for. Just be consistent. Just be objective. So this was, he was being asked about this bill. I mean, he's a thorn in the side. He's not going to vote for it as is. So he was asked about, which is the biggest thing that he's sort of been focusing on, was why would you, if you want to talk about controlling spending, why would you be advocating for $5 trillion and raising the debt limit another $5 trillion? So this is what he had to say about that topic.
What do you need to see in this bill to be on board?
The problem is it's asking conservatives like myself to raise the debt ceiling $5 trillion. That's historic. No one's ever raised the debt ceiling that much. It will be a record for Congress to raise the debt $5 trillion, but also it indicates this year the deficit will be over $2 trillion, but it means they're anticipating close to $3 trillion for the next year. It's really a slap in the face at those of us who are excited about Elon Musk and Doge and all the cuts. Where are the cuts? If the cuts are real, why are we going to borrow $5 trillion?
Whoa, what do you know? Don't forget, everybody's been doing the rounds, including Triple K Caroline saying it's not going to increase the deficit, including Mike Johnson saying it's not going to increase the deficit, including Donald Trump saying it's not going to increase the deficit. Well, when we look at the bill, we know. And here's Rand Paul saying, it's in the bill. We know it's going to increase the deficit by $2 trillion just this year. And then, so why are they asking for another $3 trillion? That means it's going to increase the deficit at another $3 trillion over the next few years. Timing is everything, though. So that was yesterday, right? And then this was posted by Mr. Trump just 2 hours ago.
Of course, Senator Rand Paul and his beautiful wife and family are invited to the big White House party tonight. He's the toughest vote in the history of the U.S. Senate, but why wouldn't he be? Besides, it gives me more time to get his vote on the great, big, beautiful bill. One of the greatest and most important pieces of legislation ever put before our senators and congressmen and women. It will help to make America great again. I look forward to seeing Rand. The party will be great. Rand, turn left down the hall, open that door, and watch the first step.
I added that. So a little political pressure, perhaps. And one thing, again, I'll say about Rand Paul is he's been pretty consistent. I don't think he would succumb to pressure like that.
No.
But this is the truth, right? The truth is we know that's in the bill. We know it's going to add money to the deficit. We know it's going to cut SNAP benefits. We know it's going to cut Medicare and Medicaid. We know that is, well, listen, Obi, I want to let you know your tax break for your tanning is safe. That's safe. I know that was important to you. Just want to make sure you knew that's safe. Yep.
For all of you that have seen me in my not tanned orange skin, know that I am an avid tan better.
Yeah, you're a avid tanner.
I'm trying to trump it, and I can't even do it.
Exactly. So again, we know this, and then you've got the fractures within the Republican Party, and this is kind of the point, right? So you've got Rand Paul calling it as he sees it. So then, MAGA, who do you believe? Do you believe Mike Johnson who had to rally the troops to try to get this across the finish line, who is a total Christian nationalist, simp for Trump. Do you believe him? Do you believe Caroline Leavitt, who literally stands there and lies to you every single day saying that this is not going to increase the deficit? Or do you believe Rand Paul, who's looked at the bill, who is, I'm not going to call him a rhino. He's certainly not a rhino. He's libertarian, but he calls it straight. Who do you believe? So if you have a tie, right? Like if you want to say, okay, we've got two people on opposite sides of this issue. You got Rand Paul saying it absolutely, and other members of the Senate have said the same thing. It is absolutely going to increase the deficit and add to the debt. Absolutely, no doubt about it. Or do you believe Trump and Mike Johnson? And many members of MAGA will believe Trump and Mike Johnson. So then how do you break the tie? You break the tie by, one, looking at the bill and then asking yourself an objective question. Why would you be asking to increase the debt limit? If you want to just say, we're just going to cover the debt from the last couple of years, then that's normal. That's part of the process. I think it's bullshit that we do it, but that's part of the process. But why would you be asking for an additional $3 trillion? See, objectivity, it's not a lot to ask for, is it? Is it a lot to ask for? I hope not. Or is it? Or is it? Bum, bum, bum.
Who knows? The shadow knows.
Shadow knows. Hi, Ash. How are you? Ash, are you there?
Sorry. Accident.
No
you
problem.
You're in my pocket, sorry.
I appreciate that. I love being in your pocket. Hey, fax is in your pocket. Be careful. Hey, what's that? Sorry. Couldn't resist.
Is that a rocket or fax in your pocket?
So, right. I mean, again, this world that we live in right now, the ties are easy to break because information is at our fingertips, literally. So when you see these negotiations, when you see people defending this, when you see people saying, no, they're not going to, they're only kicking illegals off of SNAP. No, it's just a lie. Oh no, they're only going to increase work requirements for Medicare, Medicaid. There's already work requirements for Medicare, Medicaid. It already exists, and the numbers, just the math doesn't math. We know that people who are undocumented folks who don't have insurance aren't going to the doctor. It's emergency room. So that happens, but those numbers are small. That's like less than 1% of all Medicaid, Medicare dollars spent are spent to cover that. There are 14 states that do offer access for people who don't have insurance through Medicaid, Medicare, but it's for children and it's for pregnant people. And again, the target was a 10% cut. So the math ain't mathin'. So miss me with your bullshit. Miss me with your nonsense. It's the same lie that people have been telling you that it's only criminals we're going after. No. Tom Homan has said it's such. Stephen Miller wants ICE camped out in the parking lot of Home Depot and 7-Eleven, just arresting people who walk outside who might have brown skin. You've been lied to because you're ignorant. And you can use it to conveniently to defend your argument, but it's no excuse. No excuse. This has been great today, folks. I hope everybody understands that, my mission the past couple of days is to say there is a world out there that prioritizes public health. There is a world out there that says we invest in our society and it's not rocket science. It's not, I have a friend of mine used to say, it's not rocket surgery. That cares about their society, that they say we are going to invest in public health. There's also a world out there that says we prioritize education. We are going to invest in it. Stop settling. Contact your Democrat or your progressive officials and ask them, tell them exactly where do you stand on universal health care? Where do you stand on the prioritization of public health? Where do you stand on public education reform? Have you seen what they're doing in Finland or Denmark or other Scandinavian countries or parts of East Asia? Where do you stand on that? I don't want your political. I don't want your. I'm going to say I don't want your political just to get votes statements. Your middle of the road bullshit. Where do you stand? Why is it so complicated for us to try to get movement towards things that the overwhelming majority of Americans care about? Why? And where do you sit? Are you going to be remembered historically? Are you going to be remembered as part of the solution? Or are you going to be remembered and lumped in with conservatives who didn't want to do shit about keeping society functioning and moving forward so that you can continue to put your pocket out, hold out your hand for your conservative donors. Obi, final thoughts, friend.
So I want to read something. Everyone can apply. As of Jan 1, 2024, adults in California ages 26 through 49 will be allowed to qualify for Medi-Cal regardless of their immigration status. There's also the program for deferred actions and children arrivals. That's still there. So not only do we cover everyone in the state of California without punishing them for their human being status, everyone is allowed to apply. There is no delayed entry program. There is no bar. You just have to get with somebody to help you do the paperwork because that can be a little bit confusing. I would prefer that California, as soon as possible, decides to keep the $80 billion that we give to Washington, D.C.
Absolutely.
We don't need to, because you know what? We can, as the fourth largest economy, we could be self-funding. We don't need the rest of the United States at all. There's nothing that you can give us that we can't go out and get by doing trade deals and not having to set tariffs to do trade deals, right? And I want to leave this final thought. China, there's an article in Bloomberg where China is literally, they're like, Bloomberg's even saying China is playing the long game. Every single negotiation he has entered into has been at a loss for the United States. An actual loss. He is not the art of the deal. He is the art of the steal. He is a grifter. He is lying to you. I don't think you're ever going to wake up, MAGA. But here's what I really, really, really am going to laugh at. If Governor Newsom just all of a sudden figures out how not to have California contribute $80 billion a year in tax revenue, how much better and stronger California is going to be when we can welcome people to the state who want to live in actual freedom and actually have health care. Because with that $80 billion, we can ensure every single Californian eats, has access to education, has access to health care, has access to a better life. Because we give all that money away in hopes that it's going to happen, and the experiment, as far as I'm concerned, has now failed, and it's time to end the United States as we know it.
Now, in Vermont, we survive on dirt, sticks, weed, and beer, so we'll be good. We'll be totally fine.
Syrup.
Don't worry about us. We're totally fine. Syrup. Yep. If things are boring, we add a little bit of syrup. But I'm with you. I mean, I get it. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I'd love to see it. It's against federal law, but nobody seems to give a fuck about violating federal law these days anyway.
Well, there's no federal law, clearly.
That's true. That's true. Somebody asked for this. So let me just real quickly, let me see if I can pull this up before we end here. Everybody, if you've not yet subscribed on our YouTube channel, if you go, please subscribe, please comment, please like, please share, please do all the things that you do here every single day. I want to pull this up real quick because here it is. No, not that one. Find a different version of it. Wait a minute.
Oh, I loved when we did this. This was such a fun exercise.
Okay, so this is the new nation of Cantifa, right? So you'll notice, those of you who have not seen this before, I am taking applications. California is included in the new nation of Cantifa. Now, I had to make some difficult decisions regarding New Hampshire. The problem is I don't want to have to drive through it. So until the bridge is built, I have to drive through it. So I'm gonna include Cantifa, New Hampshire and Cantifa. But what we're going to do is there's going to be some subversion. So as we work our way through the elimination of certain people, we're gonna profile you for the state that you live in, because we'll find out, we'll know real quickly that you're from New Hampshire. Now, we've had to make some concessions down here. I got guilted into including New Jersey. So there's that, because I'm afraid of Jess. Certain states in the Midwest are a little bit indecisive in regards to your votes. So I'm nervous about y'all up here, but we will revisit this again. I'm not taking Ohio. Sorry, you guys are done. Can't take you. Nope. Sorry, you can't come. Not going to happen. I know Illinois, though, it's tough on the map. So, again, we're going to redraw the map. So that's what you have to look forward to. Anyway, I love you all very, very much. Thank you very much. We're going to our friend Lainey, Defend Us Trans, you know Lainey. Please head on over there. As a reminder, we are helping our friends Brett and Nikki out. If you'd like to donate to their GoFundMe, you'll find the link in the link tree in my bio. Trying to help get them out of Uvalde, because Texas is certainly not in the new nation of Cantifa. Washington State, Oregon, they're in. California's in. The whole West Coast is in. Pennsylvania, again, we got to redraw the map a little bit. We'll get you. Don't worry. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Obi. Appreciate y'all. Tomorrow is Friday. Tonight, I to again celebrate Joy, because Joy is part of our resistance. Real quick, as you know, my daughter is a Wish kid, and the person we are honoring, the chairman of Vermont Make-A-Wish this evening, because he's been at it for 15 years. He's a dear friend. My daughter was one of the first Wish kids that he actually met. So there's a family history there, and my daughter's going to sing tonight in honor of him. So that'll be something special. And Joy is resistance, friends. I love you all. Go rate Lainey.